has scrambled things is quite stunning. And there's a specific concern I'm hearing from sources about the fact that yet again he held another open air rally, an outdoor rally. There was one a few weeks ago in Las Vegas where dozens, if not hundreds of people had to seek medical attention, not for security reasons, but for the heat. There were issues with that at this event today, again, and now this incident as it unfolded a little while ago.
That's right, an open-air rally with all the risks, despite the heavy security protocol, the metal detectors you have to go through being wanded down. Clearly, there was a breach here in what happened. I want to bring back Scott McFarland. He's now on the phone because his team got removed from the location, as this is now a crime scene. The Secret Service is investigating this. Scott, can you hear me?
I hear you fine. A helicopter landed and just took off from this site. They've moved everybody out of the complex. Everybody, media, cameras, staff. Stand by 1 second. We have law enforcement moving in on somebody near us. And sorry, we had to take a moment there because law enforcement was stopping somebody near us, moving in the wrong direction. This is an active crime scene. There's no mistaking it. Unequivocally, law enforcement is arriving at this scene. Different groups, different units. So many people in paramilitary gear are here now, sidearms in their hands, moving through what remains of the people inside the park. Most of the crowd is gone, but they're moving out the rest of us. They have now moved everybody to a perimeter so they can deploy, appears to be more resources, more investigators, more officers on site. This is a law enforcement response, the likes of which I've never seen before, though this is an incident, the likes of which we haven't seen in modern times. Historic security failure. When you recognize the amount of law enforcement here, the fact that everybody had to be wanded or go through magnetometers, everybody had to be screened. How something like this can happen is an answer that we'll be seeking, but it may not be easy to come.
Scott, thank you so much for that report. So a helicopter has landed, and did you see anyone get into the helicopter, or was it too far away?
It was behind the stage, Adriana. It landed down for about 3 or 4 minutes, took back off, up into the sky. Took off twice, in fact, up into the sky. We see so many folks in paramilitary gear who were invisible to us before and during this rally. They were either here in a covert way during the remarks from the former president, or they have arrived since. And anybody who's anywhere near the inside area, inside the bike rack surrounded perimeter, is being stopped by investigators and questioned. So it's a good way of motivating people to get out.
This is an active crime scene, as you said, Scott. So many questions that are still open, most notably, who did this? How did they get into the area? How did this happen? What is the condition of the former president? We are told by the Secret Service that he is safe, but where is he? He was hustled out of that area by the Secret Service in a motorcade. Is he in a hospital? Is he still in a car? Is he still in the area? We're being told that the governor of Pennsylvania has also been briefed on the situation. He said that violence targeted at any political party or political leader is absolutely unacceptable. He says that Pennsylvania State Police are on the scene in Butler County and working with federal and local partners. The governor of Pennsylvania briefed, the White House briefed. I'm just getting some more notes here. We're also being told that a local emergency room physician saw a man who was shot in the head. We don't know who this person was. Clearly, it's possible that someone else may have been hit when shots rang out at this event. Clearly, this is a chaotic scene. There were thousands of people at this rally. And, you know, Bob, I know that you've covered plenty of these. What is the sense of security when you're there? I mean, you go through all of these checks, but still, you're packed into a small space with thousands of other people at a time when emotions are running high. What is it like to be inside one of these rallies?
It's a very intense environment. It's a very crowded environment. And our reporting, as you just noted, is that there's concern that there's not a real sense yet of whether this was one shooter or what exactly happened. I have sources who were at the rally texting me right now saying there's bedlam on the scene. There's concern about what exactly happened. Were there multiple shooters or not? Are people safe? And so the Trump rally, what you're seeing there on screen, is what often it follows former President Trump as he's on the campaign trail. He's alone on stage. The Secret Service stands about 5 to 10 paces off, and you have between 5 to 15 or sometimes even 20 to 25,000 people. He often goes to arenas, some of the minor league hockey arenas around the country in smaller cities, but often in the summer and springtime, he's outside. And you have to go through a long line of Secret Service to get into the event, to make sure you're fully go through a magnetometer to see if you have any kind of weapon or metal on you. And so it's a very slow and orderly process to get into these events. Secret Service has presence not just at the immediate site, but at surrounding neighborhood locations. This is an unusual one, and that former President Trump usually has a wider stage. This is a bit of a smaller rally in the small area of Butler, Pennsylvania.
And you bring up an important point. We don't know yet what the scope was. Who opened fire? Was there more than one person? Was there more than one person hit? We're seeing reports of someone else possibly conducting CPR at the scene, but it's just too early to know. We are still getting information in, but this is a horrific moment in American history. No matter what the outcome is, he is safe, we're being told, but it doesn't change the fact that this is truly historic.
It's historic. We are watching something, political violence in real time. And the governor of Pennsylvania, Democrat Josh Shapiro, just said on social media, this has no place in Pennsylvania or the United States. You're seeing right now in this immediate aftermath a bipartisan outcry and outrage about what unfolded in Butler, Pennsylvania. The governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, said, "I have been briefed on the situation. The police are on the scene. He's working with federal and state and local partners." We're told the White House, the president of the United States, Joe Biden, also briefed running against Trump in the race.
And Bob, I'm going to jump in because we do have a statement now from a spokesperson representing former President Trump. It says President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. He is fine and he's being checked out at a local medical facility. More details will follow. I'm going to read this one more time. This is a statement from President Trump's team. It says President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. He is fine and is being checked out at a local medical facility. More details will follow. More details will follow, Bob, because this is an
active crime scene. And that's why we're trying at CBS News to take our time to digest the information. We're getting the statements from the local leaders, the state leaders, federal law enforcement. But this is a fluid moment. You have still people on the ground on the site of the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. Crime and law enforcement officials are trying to piece together exactly what happened. You see the Secret Service ducking down there. It has echoes of what happened to President Reagan when he was shot by John Hinckley at the Hilton Hotel in Washington, D.C., the ducking into the limousine, rushing to the hospital. And let's remember, it's important at these moments, these crossroads in American history, especially those that involve violence, to not make guesses about what happened. President Reagan famously was in the limousine on the way to the hospital and said, "I'm okay, I'm okay." But he didn't actually know the full extent of the damage that had been done by the shooter to his body. And so the Secret Service, as history has now shown us through many books and reporting, did the right thing by taking President Reagan to the hospital to make sure he got a full check, didn't take him back to the White House. In fact, years later, multiple Reagan books show if he had gone back to the White House after being shot, he might have risked death. And so these are very fluid moments where even the person involved sometimes doesn't have the full grasp of what exactly has happened. We're trying to learn more and more.
And we do know that he is being checked out by medical officials to determine the extent of his injuries, if any. It is possible that he was just grazed. It is possible that it was more than that. This comes on a day when we were expecting potentially news on who he was going to announce as his vice presidential pick. You and I spoke by phone this evening to learn about your reporting, and we have statements here from some of the top contenders. Senator Marco Rubio has tweeted on X, "We are praying for the president and all of those attending the rally in Pennsylvania today." Doug Burgum has tweeted, please join Catherine and me in praying for President Trump and his family and everyone attending the rally today. J.D. Vance, Senator from Ohio, saying, everyone join me in praying for President Trump and everyone at that rally. I hope everyone is okay. That is a sentiment that is being echoed across the country, across the world, I am sure. But this is the worst possible scenario. This is, as you said, political violence unfolding in front of us.
It is something that has not happened, so thankfully, in recent presidential cycles. As a reporter, you're almost sometimes attuned to how Secret Service has a constant presence, but luckily it has not been something you think about, that you're on somehow the precipice of violence when you're covering a rally for President Biden or for former President Trump. I'm getting text messages from people who were at the rally, and of course we're going to be careful here, but there is concern among those who were there and those who were talking to those who were there about whether some people in the crowd might have been hit as well or affected in any way by the violence that has unfolded today in Butler, Pennsylvania. Former President Trump raising his fist in defiance. This is a moment for Trump supporters as they talk to CBS News tonight, where they feel like he is determined to carry on in this race, but they're still just stunned and shocked. When a president or presidential figure is facing an assassination attempt, the nation is on the edge. Even if they dislike that person deeply on a political level, you think about that moment on CBS News in 1963 when Walter Cronkite took off his glasses after President John F. Kennedy was assassinated. Thankfully, in this instance, former President Trump, based on the statement from the campaign and Secret Service, is in a safe place, is in somehow being treated for the injury. But you could see blood visibly on his face based on CBS News' footage and on photos that have come out of this event. He is walking there. He walked, raised his arm several times as he made his way off the stage. But you are watching history unfold. Tragically, it involves violence this time.
And it is a reflection of our time. Emotions are running high, and this is something that so many people worried about on both campaigns. These are highly charged times in our political reality, and these are large events. These events are meant to be large. They're meant to draw a lot of people, and these are the types of events former President Trump, as you said, likes to conduct. I want to recap for everyone who just might be joining us now. Former President Trump has been escorted away from a rally in Butler County, Pennsylvania. This is after shots rang out on the scene. He ducked, was escorted away quickly by the Secret Service, bringing his hand to his head. It is unclear if he took a direct hit. It is unclear if he was grazed, but we do have a statement from his campaign. I'll read that now. It says, President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. He is fine and is being checked out at a local medical facility. More details will follow. I also want to follow up with a statement we received from the Secret Service that says an incident occurred the evening of July 13th at a Trump rally in Pennsylvania. The Secret Service has implemented protective measures and the former president is safe. This is now an active Secret Service investigation and further information will be released when available. But the question remains, how large was this incident? How did this assailant get in or was able to access this area, given how heavy the security is and how many people were shot, if anyone?
And what makes this different is it involved what allegedly appears to be the active discharge of a firearm, if not multiple firearms, but at least something grazed former President Trump, bloodied his face in some capacity. There have been assassination attempts not only on President Reagan. You think back to when President Biden got into the Senate. He was elected in 1972. Soon after, in 1974, Gerald Ford becomes president after Nixon resigns. Ford has multiple assassination attempts against him when he's president of the United States. But in recent history, we haven't seen firearms involved. This is what makes this moment so drastically and unfortunately different. You remember when George W. Bush was president, someone threw a shoe at him during a news conference, angry about his conduct and his handling of wars in the Middle East. But this involves a firearm. And you have former President Trump as someone, he grew up in New York, in Queens, Jamaica, Queens. He was a student of history based on my conversations with him growing up. He thought about the presidency. I've spoken to him at length about former President Abraham Lincoln In 2016, I had an extensive interview with him where we talked about Lincoln. Lincoln, of course, killed just down the street here in Washington, D.C. at Ford Theater. But this is a campaign event. I mean, this is something that is not just happening in an isolated event with the president. This is so unusual to have a former president running again for the presidency. It's something we really don't see in the past century in American politics. And we talk about guns in this country, and it's a time when gun control is on the minds of Congress, but this has a historical, tragic element, and we're still trying to learn more information. Absolute chaos, though, on the ground in Butler, Pennsylvania, based on reports from those who were there, texting me and talking to CBS News, worried about other people who might be victimized by this attack. People who are members of Congress I've texted with in the last 5 minutes say they're very worried that other people might have been grazed or even shot and facing serious consequences medically at this time.
And more statements are coming in. Members of Congress, of course, speaking out. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries has written on X, "My thoughts and prayers are with former President Trump. I am thankful for the decisive law enforcement response. America is a democracy. Political violence of any kind is never acceptable." These are the sentiments being echoed here across the aisle at a time like this, of course, where everyone is coming together. Everyone is going to unify. I want to bring in Caitlin Huey-Burns from Milwaukee, where she is getting ready for the Republican National Convention. Caitlin?
Adriana, good to see you. Yeah, we're here where thousands are going to descend upon Milwaukee in just a couple of days here. Donald Trump is supposed to be nominated for the third time as the party's leader here. I can tell you that just on Tuesday, I was covering a Trump rally in Miami. And just to give you an idea of what these kinds of events are like, the security is, of course, extremely tight. You have to go through magnetometers to be able to get in. But it is also important to note that these rallies take place outside. There are thousands that come, up to thousands that come, and they're outside in vast spaces. People are there all day, usually waiting. The other night when I was there, it was a night event. People had been waiting for hours and hours and hours outside to see him. I should also note that there have been children present. I've noticed more children present at the rallies that I've attended covering the former president. This, as Bob just described, of course, is a shocking event. There are no words. I've been texting with members of the former president's team. They have sent us that statement, which you have read, and so we are keeping updates on his condition and on the condition of anyone else on his team. As you saw also, which is prevalent at these rallies, is people are invited to stand behind him. And so the idea, we'll obviously be reporting on what kind of security measures were taken here. But this is just significant because Trump really prides himself on these rallies. They have become frequent in his presidency, but he is expected to come here very shortly, in just over 24 hours, to be here in Milwaukee. We are outside the security perimeter for the convention, but security is already very, very tight here, and so we are waiting to see further precautions being taken.
Caitlin Huey-Burns joining us from Milwaukee. Caitlin, we'll check back in with you in a minute. Bob, do you have any reporting?
Yes, I just got off the phone with someone who was backstage with former President Trump at the rally, Congressman Mike Kelly of Pennsylvania, a Republican. He just spoke directly to CBS News. I asked the congressman if I could quote him on air. He gave permission. He said he was backstage watching Trump. He said he was waiting there with a few other lawmakers to see if former President Trump was going to begin his speech. He said everything was calm. And then he said, quote, a couple shots rang out. Shots just rang out. And everyone saw the president go down. He was watching from just a few steps away as Secret Service agents fell on top of former President Trump. And he said everybody just dropped who was in the stage area. People around me. He says, quote, I believe a lady who was next to me was hit. Other people were hit. This is a quote from Congressman Mike Kelly of Pennsylvania, a veteran House Republican who was at the event with former President Trump. He said it took a long time for security to clear it up. He's worried that other people were hit by the bullets. He believes they were bullets. and that this was some type of shooting. He's not sure if there were multiple shooters or not, but he said security kept everybody tight. He saw the former president raise his hands multiple times, but he said it was shocking to be at the stage. He said they weren't really clear, but he believes there were at least a couple shots, if not many, 4 to 5 shots, based on his ear of what happened while he was on stage, just watching former President Trump. You can see the former president right there, kind of at the start of his speech, puts his hand up, everybody goes down, and Congressman Kelly said people just fell to their knees, but were watching Trump as the Secret Service agents went on top of him.
New reporting from Bob Costa, from someone who was there, someone who was on stage, likely feet away from all of this transpiring. Congressman Mike Kelly of Pennsylvania. We're going to bring in Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan, who's joining us now. Margaret, what's the latest you've heard from your sources?
Well, Adriana, obviously, this is such a moment of high tension on the political stage in both parties. Our country, though, apart from the politics, has also been at a very high threat level, the highest, in fact, on many fronts. Terror front, concern on the national security stage in many different ways, including homegrown violent extremists. You've heard the FBI director testify about this repeatedly in recent months. We don't know yet who might have taken these shots at the Republican nominee, but we do have the statement from his spokesperson saying that he is fine. He's being checked at a local medical facility, and they'll have more details soon. First responders very quick. I do want to echo what our Scott McFarland reported, which is clearly a major security failure. You can see in the video we are playing back for you that the former president, 45th president, was able to stand, wave, move freely, but that blood was visible around his ear area. The Secret Service, we know, has implemented more security procedures around him. I've been texting with individuals, lawmakers, and family members of theirs who were there, trying to understand if everyone else in office is also safe. So far, I've been hearing those lawmakers are secure. That is the reporting to date from those I've heard back from. But we are going to continue to make calls, Adriana. I just want to put that in broader context, that we are in a heightened threat environment. We knew that. We have heard that repeatedly from the FBI. Warning and warning and warning recently in front of Congress. Homegrown violent extremists who could be radicalized inside or outside this country. We just don't know what the motivations here. Obviously, the context within a political rally is key, particularly in a battleground state like this one, at this moment, on the cusp of what is basically a week-long extended media focus on Donald Trump.
And Margaret, we're getting new reporting in that says that the gunman has been neutralized by the Secret Service. We're going to bring in former DHS official Sam Vinograd, a CBS News contributor who can tell us what she's been hearing. Sam?
Certainly. I connected with a senior government official who did indicate that the former president is safe, but I want to talk a little bit about what is happening in real time right now. This is an intelligence and operational failure. The Secret Service and the FBI are deeply aware of the heightened threat environment that Margaret was just articulating, both as it pertains to foreign terrorist organizations and individuals inspired by those foreign terrorist organizations, as well as domestic violent extremists with anti-government sentiment. Because of that, the Secret Service and FBI are consistently monitoring intelligence to try to mitigate threats and enhance operational security. It is clear that the intelligence picture heading into this rally was not what it needed to be, and it is also clear that the operational measures to protect the president were insufficient. Now, we believe, my sources are telling me that this is still an active threat stream, even if the perpetrator has been neutralized. We do not know, and the Secret Service and FBI are likely investigating whether this individual acted alone and or whether there are any ongoing threats associated with this perpetrator to other targets, the president's family or others. So that will be actively investigated, whether this is an individual threat or there are other active threat streams associated with this individual. Now, from an operational perspective, the U.S. Secret Service, as well as other law enforcement entities that protect other kinds of government officials, will be upping their operational posture to ensure that their protectees are safe, and that this does not spur any kind of retaliatory action by Trump supporters or individuals inspired by these activities to try to engage in malicious activity of their own. So this is, to put it quite simply, one of the most significant threats that we have seen materialize in this country in decades, and our law enforcement community is upping their operational posture to try to mitigate threats while this active investigation is underway.
And Sam, as you said, this is a catastrophic failure. We're getting new reporting into the newsroom now that says 2 law enforcement sources say there is no longer a threat. The suspect is either dead or in custody. That is unclear. Secret Service agents did engage the individual. So now we know the Secret Service did engage the individual involved. That person is no longer a threat. We don't know if that person acted alone. We don't know what the overall scope of this was. We don't know if multiple people were hit or the extent of former President Trump's injuries. All of this is still unclear. And this is happening as thoughts and prayers are pouring in from all across the aisle as well as the world. Benjamin Netanyahu has tweeted on X. He posted on X, "Sarah and I were shocked at the apparent attack on President Trump. We pray for his safety and speedy recovery." We also have new reporting here coming in from Ed O'Keefe. Ed, are you with me?
I am, Adriana. We
Go
can
ahead, Ed.
Convey that, and as we've been talking about this, it's important to point out that while this has happened in Pennsylvania, we wonder, where was President Biden? We're told now he was in church. He normally goes to Mass on Saturday evenings, especially when he's in Delaware. He's at his Rehoboth Beach, Delaware home. Came out of Mass shortly after the incident occurred and has been briefed by his Homeland Security advisors, by the Homeland Security Secretary himself, in a briefing that included his Chief of Staff and other senior advisors. Let's point out again that the Secret Service has said in a statement that the incident occurred tonight in Pennsylvania. They've implemented protective measures and the former president is safe, but they say it's an active Secret Service investigation and further information will be released when available. There are a large number of Secret Service, other federal, state, and local personnel here in Milwaukee, which is set to begin hosting the Republican convention with a series of events tomorrow ahead of the formal nomination of Trump on Monday. We've got no word from convention organizers yet, which is understandable as they're still trying to sort out exactly what's going on, but there is a carefully choreographed schedule that is set to begin on Monday. The ATF is also helping the Secret Service with this situation. They're deployed here in Wisconsin along with other federal agencies, and we'll see if that makes any big changes to the security posture here. One thing we're waiting to hear about, Adriana, in addition to the condition of the former president, his whereabouts, is whether the president will have anything to say about this tonight. We know that the reporting pool that travels with him has not been cleared for the night as they normally would be after he goes to church, which suggests that perhaps the president will have something to say later tonight about what transpired in Pennsylvania a little while ago. So again, while the former president is safe, lots of unanswered questions about his condition, how this happens, how the president and his campaign may respond to this beyond the statements that are coming from Democrats and Republicans about the concerns about violence and what effect it might have on the convention that is set to begin here Monday in Milwaukee. Adriana?
Set to begin on Monday, but we don't know if that now is going to change. There's so much that is up in the air. Will the convention begin as planned on Monday? What will be changes to security at that convention, at the Democratic National Convention in August? How is this changing the campaign, changing security? This at a time where emotions are running high on both sides in both of these campaigns. There has been plenty of scrutiny on former President Trump as well as President Biden. And yet they are still out front, trying to be as close as they can to the public, to rally support, to rally voters and make their cases to the American people. But this is a historic moment. We are told, as you heard Ed said, that the president is being briefed. We know that he is speaking to the director of the Secret Service, Kim Cheadle. We're also told that he's speaking to the Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, to get a sense of what is happening, of the scope of the condition of former President Trump. We are told that former President Trump is safe, but we don't know exactly where he is or what his condition is. We're told that he has been seen by a medical professional And his team issued a statement themselves explaining that the president thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act, and he is fine. It says that more details will follow. And this is where we are, trying to gather as many details as we can. Our Bob Costa has gone to so many of these events. He's covered these rallies. He understands really just the feeling in the air, Bob, of when you're there and there's so many people. And, you know, President Trump supporters, you know, are known for how passionate they are. What does it feel like when you're actually there? What is that atmosphere?
There are people who follow former President Trump's rallies across the country, almost like some people follow musicians. It has often reminded me, as a Grateful Dead fan, of how people would have the fervent following for the Dead. A lot of people have the fervent following for former President Trump. They'll go from city to city, arena to arena, because there's a sense of jubilation among his political supporters that the rally has a convening power for those who are like-minded to come together and support former President Trump. I've seen him everywhere from the South Bronx to California to Texas to Florida. He goes everywhere, arenas, outside. He's unlike most politicians. He focuses on rallies as the place where he can really bring his people together. So, and there have been incidents in the past of some unruliness at his rallies, protesters, disruptions, but nothing like this. And even though it's always Secret Service protected, this is something at an entirely different level. Someone discharging a firearm, it appears to be, at the former president and perhaps at others there.
I'm being told that we have new material coming in, Bob. I'm going to play that to see what it shows. Do we have that material? New video from the scene? While we get to that, while we look at that, we'll bring in Margaret Brennan with some new reporting.
I've just been trying to make phone calls to make sure everyone is safe. The Senate candidate, Dave McCormick, who was in that front row, has confirmed that he is safe at this rally, but there are reports of other individuals in the area who did have contact here of some sort, injuries of some sort. So I'm just trying to call lawmakers to confirm their whereabouts. But what you can see, and as you have been seeing, our inboxes are just exploding with emails from Democratic lawmakers, the Democratic governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, coming out condemning political violence, the governor of Michigan, Democrats very quickly to condemn this act of violence, to distance this from their political party in any way. There is no suggestion that there would be a connection, but they are very clearly trying to, out of the gate, say that there is no place for political violence in our politics at this moment of such high tension. An important message to be sent at this moment, just 4 months out from a race that was already quite tense. And we're seeing world leaders. We're seeing the Hungarian prime minister, the Israeli prime minister, others describing this as an attempted assassination of the former president, current leading candidate, not just for the Republican nomination, but potentially another 4-year term.
And Margaret, I'm just getting an email now from CBS News contributor Richard Esposito. This says that according to multiple state, local, and federal law enforcement sources, the shooter who fired at Donald Trump was, quote, neutralized, as we have reported, by U.S. Secret Service agents. This was most likely from a counter-assault team. Multiple spectators were wounded and injured, at least one in critical condition. This is all based on initial reports, but what is happening now is we're starting to piece together what is it that exactly transpired. This is an active crime scene.
It is, and our reporters who follow every movement that the candidate makes, Jake Rosen, Olivia Rinaldi, were there. They saw it happen. They heard it. You can see from that very rough video that they dropped to the ground. And by the way, political violence is not necessarily a norm in this country, but let's put this in the context of not just the moment we're in, but what we, as reporters, have been preparing for, which is the expectation that in this election cycle, there very well may be political violence. And our reporters do train for that now. That is something you do typically when you go overseas to cover an election, but now our reporters are doing that to cover these rallies, to cover political conventions. And so we are happy to know that those two reporters are safe. But as we're seeing from the video they are feeding in,
I just watched one of the videos Jake Rosen sent in, and he's talking to attendees who are clearly traumatized. And one gentleman, I'm sure we'll have it soon here at CBS News on Air, had a shirt that clearly had blood on it in some capacity. And so you're seeing reporters doing their jobs for CBS News and other outlets, but you see those attendees just rattled by the experience of being part of a violent event.
Because even if there was an intended target, as there appears to have been, to have a shot like that, multiple shots at a very well-guarded stage, there were people in the area who were also hit, which suggests, and if you could hear it, it didn't sound like an automatic weapon, but there were others that were hit in the area. And we are being careful, and when we are reading these initial reports and editing, I would have to say, some of the graphic detail that we are getting from some of our reporters on the ground.
And we're just getting a new update that from our reporters, Olivia Rinaldi and Jake Rosen, and I'm sure you're getting this update as well, that people are being escorted out. Jake Rosen spoke to an emergency room physician who saw a man shot in the head with brain matter on the ground. That's according to an ER physician performed CPR, but he did not. He's dealing with that at this moment. That's Jake Rosen, to be clear, Jake Rosen, our reporter on the ground in Butler, Pennsylvania, has spoken to an emergency room physician who saw a man shot in the head with brain matter on the ground. That's based on Jake Rosen's reporting. Jake looked at the camera after the incident, saw blood coming from Trump's ear in some way, his neck. Jake was on the scene. He was our reporter on the scene. Scott McFarland, who has been on the ground doing excellent reporting as well, heard, in his view, 8 to 10 explosions based on his reporting. He said the crowd ducked based on his reporting notes, hit the ground when a popping sound occurred. To Margaret's point, it was a popping sound. The press was under the risers. They saw Secret Service swarm to the left of Trump following the incident, saw helicopters come in a few minutes after. That's based on the ground reporting from Olivia Rinaldi, Jake Rosen, and Scott McFarland, who are in Butler, Pennsylvania.
And we do have that reporting that at least one person has been injured in critical condition, and it is still early. A lot more details will come out. People's conditions change. They go up, they go down. We'll learn more about, hopefully, President Trump's condition. We are told he is safe, but we don't have the details. Was he hit directly? Was he just grazed? We're now being told that Vice President Kamala Harris has also been briefed on the incident. We know that President Biden has been briefed by members of his cabinet. Now Vice President Harris has been briefed. She was also addressing crowds today at her own rally, as was the First Lady. All of these figures out on the campaign trail as this campaign heats up. And this is happening, this political violence, at a time when there is such tension in the country, yet people still are going out to support their candidates, still taking those risks and going through all the security measures needed to be there, to see the democratic process play out. And now we're seeing really the cost of those risks. Clearly a catastrophic failure of security. The Secret Service is investigating. This is a live investigation, and many questions will be asked in terms of what went wrong. Who was able to enter this area? Were they able to shoot at this area from outside the security perimeter? We still don't know. It's still early. We're still just getting initial details in, but the crime scene is active. We are told by our reporter, Olivia Rinaldi, who was there, that crime scene tape is up. The area has been cleared. We have heavily armed security personnel who have entered this fairground, essentially is what it is, in Butler County, Pennsylvania. And this is a part of this battleground state that has supported former President Trump twice. They went for him in 2016, again in 2020. So this is somewhere where he enjoys a great amount of support. And of course, for something like this to happen, chaos ensued afterward. This is what we saw on the video. This is what we're told by our reporters there. We now have some new video. We're going to play it for you right now.
Oh my God. We're okay.
This is video from She follows President Trump. She's been to countless rallies like this. And there's our Scott McFarland under the bleachers, as he told us he was. And this is a moment where all of the training that we've all been through in this country, of all ages, for what to do when there is, when you hear shots fired, everybody gets down, ducks, and tries to figure out what's going on. Bob?
As we watch this footage of the attack as it took place, you see Rachel Scott from ABC, our reporter Scott McFarland in the bleachers. There's chaos in the press area near the stage. Former President Trump raising his hand in defiance as he's escorted off stage after the incident. We just got a statement.
There's the blood, you can see.
For CBS News, which just received a statement from President George W. Bush, the former president, said, quote, "Laura and I are grateful that President Trump is safe following the cowardly attack on his life, and we commend the men and women of the Secret Service for their speedy response." So as Margaret said, Democrats and Republicans coming up with statements tonight showing solidarity at this American moment of attempted violence and possible assassination attempt of former president also weighing in.
And the reason I underscore what our colleague Scott McFarland was saying in terms of a catastrophic failure of security is this was not unexpected. That is the point. The Secret Service was already on edge. All U.S. law enforcement.
And you've been reporting for weeks that there's been a sense of on edge throughout the world, but especially at U.S. military bases?
Well, certainly. But even just our Pat Milton was reporting earlier this morning, ahead of Milwaukee, any mass gathering these days is of high concern because of the threat environment.
And you saw how quickly they rushed the stage. They were there on edge. Like you said, we actually have new cell phone video that shows what appears to be the shooter down on a rooftop. Now, this is consistent with information we're getting from federal sources saying that the gunman possibly fired from an elevated position. Let's take a look at this video. It appears that we're seeing someone on a roof there. Potentially, this is someone who was outside the security perimeter. I'm going to bring in our reporter, Olivia Rinaldi. Olivia, what can you tell us? We've been getting some of your video in the newsroom here. What did you see? What did you hear?
Adriana, it was a terrifying moment. Trump was probably a few minutes into his remarks, and all of us were waiting for a vice presidential announcement. Instead, we heard successive loud noises, loud bangs that were playing. It sounded like shots. We immediately took cover. I pulled out my phone and I started recording. You can hear my voice there, pretty shaky. You could start to hear Secret Service also through Trump's microphone trying to get him down on the ground. We were down for probably, it felt like a lifetime. It was probably like 30 seconds or so. And then I popped my head up and I could see Donald Trump surrounded by security and Secret Service and pumping his fist. And he wouldn't, they were trying to get him off the stage and he was resisting them a little bit and putting his fist up in the air. After that happened, they cleared him. We could hear the motorcade leave right away. Our security personnel was with us as well. We had all gotten down. We saw Scott McFarland next to us, and a couple of pieces of equipment also fell down with him as we got down on the ground. Chaos ensued after that. I was looking at the bleachers to the left of where Trump was, and you could see people cleared out of there. You could see some blood on the bleachers as well. And I watched Scalise unfold yellow crime scene tape and put it there. It was shocking and it was scary. Reporters that I talked to, we're at these rallies multiple times a week. I was just at one in Doral, Florida. It's the unimaginable, but it's something we prepare for, and it's something that, as Margaret was saying, security personnel prepare for. But overall, just a very, very tragic event that happened here today.
It's something you can prepare for, but never really be ready for. Olivia Rinaldi, thank you for that report from the ground. Margaret, this is at a time, as you were saying, where the threat has never been higher.
Exactly, and on many fronts, foreign and domestic. But I wanted to underscore and come back to when I said this wasn't unexpected, I meant because of that threat environment. But I wanted to go to the specific language that was in a report our Pat Milton put out earlier today. She obtained the joint threat assessment that was in preparation for the RNC that's just about to get underway in Milwaukee, that large Republican gathering. And at that time, law enforcement said no credible specific threats were identified at the time in the assessment, but there was a warning that the RNC could be viewed as an attractive target due to the symbolic nature of the political convention. So they were putting out a general warning to be on alert in Milwaukee, where a lot of those Secret Service agents are concentrated right now. The Secret Service that was with the 45th president and Republican nominees, who we're looking at ushering him off stage. In that photo, you can see him with his arms around those officers encircling him. They are with him at all times, his detail. But I'm just underscoring here that the FBI, Secret Service, DHS, the Milwaukee Police Department, Southeastern Wisconsin Threat Analysis Center, all of them right now out in Wisconsin are on high alert because of this political violence, domestic violent extremism, which means somebody radicalized here at home, and the terror threat. So this is an environment where we are all on alert. We have to learn more about that shooter who has apparently been neutralized, as we've been reporting. They'll want to understand his motivations, any connections he might have, whether he was a lone wolf, any other details as our Sam Vinograd and others who are operators can give better context to. But I just want to make sure we put into context that there was a warning that went out as early as this morning about the potential for violence at the Republican convention. As we can expect, there will be a similar warning at the DNC when it gets underway in August.
A warning, and here we are. Political violence unfolding at a political rally in America. Scott McFarland was there. He was ushered out by security personnel. We have him now on the phone. Scott? Scott, if you can hear me, go ahead.
What am I doing in front of him?
He's not getting anything on the phone.
Can you dial into that same number?
We've lost Scott McFarland, but I'll bring it back to our discussion here and summarize what we know so far for anyone joining us now. Shots have rung out at a rally in Butler County, Pennsylvania, where President Trump was addressing a crowd of thousands, something that he does day in and day out. These events have happened so much. The security protocols are typically so tight. Metal detectors, wands, bomb-sniffing dogs, Secret Service in uniform and in plain clothes. And we saw, as soon as what sounded like firecrackers rang out, Secret Service personnel rushing the president, removing him from the area. His fist goes up. He puts his hand to his head, and you can see in the close-up photos of the president blood on his face. We have been told by the Trump campaign, as well as the Secret Service, that the president is safe. We're told that he was examined or is being examined by medical personnel. We don't know where he is at the moment. Our Scott McFarland, who was on the ground, reported that he saw a helicopter arriving on scene. Bob Costa is here with us.
Scott McFarland has been doing exemplary work along with our team on the ground since he can't join us just now at the moment. To reiterate Scott's reporting and our reporters on the ground, Scott says he heard between 8 to 10 explosions, popping sounds. He saw the crowd duck. He hit the ground when he was sitting under the bleachers. He heard this popping sound. The press was under the risers, most of them around that area, very close to the stage. They witnessed the Secret Service swarm to the left of Trump following the incident, climbed on top of the former president. Then they saw helicopters come by a few minutes later. They did see Trump head toward a motorcade. Helicopters arrive in some way. Our reporters on the ground, Olivia Rinaldi and Jake Rosen, just to underscore what we know, this is an active crime scene. They are setting up tapes still, talking to bystanders, witnesses, blood seen on the bleachers, blood seen on the T-shirts and pants of those leaving this rally, people being escorted out. There was a lot of anger, confusion in the air. Jake Rosen spoke to an emergency room physician who was there, who says he saw a man who he believes was shot in the head.
And Bob, we have that video. Let's play it right now.
I heard the shots. I thought it was firecrackers to begin with. Somebody over there was screaming, "He's been shot, he's been shot." So I made my way over. I said, "I'm an emergency department physician. Let me help you." The guy had spun around, was jammed between the benches. He had a headshot here. There was lots of blood, and he had brain matter there. And so I got him There's a helicopter coming in to get him. I got people there really helpful. I got
Was there only one person shot that you saw?
Then I did CPR, did chest compressions as well as I breathed for him.
One person.
And
And then we have an eyewitness account from a man who says he is an emergency room doctor and rushed in to help a victim who had a gunshot wound to the head. We are also getting news from the Associated Press reporting that the shooter is dead. And
from our affiliate,
KDKA.
Our affiliate, yep. KDKA, that the Butler County District Attorney told our political reporter, John Delano, that 2 people are dead. That's the shooter and an audience member. So the suspect we referenced as already being neutralized, add to that an audience member. One bystander at that rally
and
has lost his life.
And former President Trump injured, still trying to figure out the exact number of those who were potentially injured beyond Trump.
That's right. That's right. We have people on the ground. As you can imagine, we're all trying to get in contact with our reporters, either because there's so many phone calls being placed or because of security protocols. It's hard to get signals out. They're struggling. A lot of us, you see us texting because that is, frankly, easier than getting people on the phone. But there are a lot of people who went to that rally there, as you were just talking about. To go into a rally like that, you go through levels of screening. So when you were showing that rooftop, I would assume that is at a distance from the rally, that was not someone who was in the confines of the area where the rally was taking place. We don't know that yet. We need to get that kind of context from law enforcement. But I imagine that's why our producers in the control room put up that video for everyone to see.
And like you said, from our affiliate there in the area, we are being told that 2 people are dead. The shooter, as you said, Margaret, and an attendee of this rally. I want to bring in Sam Vinograd, a former DHS official, a contributor to CBS News. Sam, where do you think this investigation is right now? What are officials on the ground doing? We may have lost Sam. Sam, can you hear me?
So just to reiterate, we have Butler County District Attorney telling KDKA political reporter John Delano 2 people who were at this rally are dead. That includes the shooter, according to the Butler County DA, and an audience member. Former President Trump appears to have been grazed in some way by a firearms discharge.
And we don't know how many other injuries there may be.
No, but our reporters, Jake Rosen and Olivia Rinaldi, Jake Rosen has provided interviews already about people leaving the rally with apparent signs of either being injured or being near people with apparent injuries, blood on their shirts, blood on their clothing. These are people who were Trump supporters attending the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. Former President Trump is reportedly in a safe space, according to his campaign. The President Biden, briefed on this, as has the Vice President.
And I should say, I believe we showed that rooftop because of the reporting we had that this was from a distance and an elevated shot.
But it may have been, yeah.
But we should say, in the environment we are in, it is not difficult to get a weapon that you can get through a metal detector. Not all weapons, as we talk about those 3D printed guns and other kind of weapons, necessarily will be detected. And so we should give that caveat. But that rooftop we keep showing, I'd love to get more detail or context to that.
And no security is 100% tight. We go to these events, supporters go to support their candidates, politicians who put themselves in front of crowds. This day and age, we all know the risks. But as you said, Bob, former President Trump loved these types of events. He loves these types of events. He likes to be as close to the people as he can.
His hand in the air as he leaves stage, he's on his feet. This really has, you can see him there ducking down. Something hit his head in some way. He ducks down. It really reminds any person who has looked at history in the past 40 years of 1981 when President Ronald Reagan was shot at the Hilton Hotel just outside by John Hinckley, his trying to assassinate President Reagan. Reagan ducked down into his motorcade, went ultimately to George Washington University Hospital, just a few blocks from CBS News here in Washington. And there was so much confusion in the wake of that shooting. Reagan wasn't fully aware of how he had been shot, if he had been shot. In some way was saying maybe he can just go back to the White House. Ultimately, they decided to bring Reagan to George Washington University Hospital. These decisions happen sometimes in a nanosecond that can have enormous consequences for global politics, American democracy, a presidency. We do know the President Biden's been briefed. Former President Trump, his campaign says he is safe. And KDKA has been told by the Butler County District Attorney that the alleged assailant, attempted assailant, the shooter, is now dead. The shooter is dead along with a participant in the rally. And that coincides with what I heard from one of the attendees on the record. Congressman Mike Kelly of Pennsylvania told me just a few minutes ago on the phone, it was mayhem. People were ducking down onto the ground. There was concern that many people were being hurt. And
our Scott McFarland is outside the rally, outside where this all took place. Let's bring him back in. Scott.
Can somebody check it?
Go ahead, Scott. Can you hear me?
I hear you just fine. It's Scott McFarland in Butler County.
Scott, go ahead. You're on the air. What is the latest that you're hearing, and what can you see from where you are?
Okay, sorry for the imposition. We're having some bad cell phone signals here, and it's part of the response that we're also kind of pinned into a parking lot right now. Over the past hour, we've seen law enforcement and Secret Service just move people back further away from this scene. It is quite clearly an active investigative scene. I also noticed 2 helicopter landings, a minimum of 2, about 2 to 5 minutes after the former president was ushered off site or ushered off the stage. We know there are people in paramilitary gear, sidearms, moving through this area. Secret Service is here, so is local police. But a good chunk of this crowd, estimate hundreds of people, still remain near the site, sharing stories, some of them sharing embraces and tears, and trying to watch what happens next, even from a distance. And everybody we're talking to has a similar story to tell, that they may have mistook it for firecrackers. It was that type of quick pop and the same decibel and the same tone and tenor of a firecracker, but everybody recognized within short order it was gunfire, and they hit the ground. We spoke to a lady who was in the front row, just steps away from the former president, who also described seeing a teardrop-style form of blood on the side of his face and a little more around his ear. And she heard him say, "Got to get my shoes," to Secret Service, she says, before the former president was ushered off the stage. In Butler County, this is a fairgrounds. This is a farm fairgrounds where there are events that have people, not of this size, but of quite a large size. There are rafters here. There's hundreds, if not thousands, of chairs. I'd estimate the crowd here as thousands today. Nearly all of them, though, are now gone.
And as you were speaking, Scott, we saw photos of former President Trump up close, and you can see what you just described and what that eyewitness described to you as almost a teardrop type of bloodstream coming down his face, yet his fist was raised. He is defiant. He is defiant. There is that photo for you to see. Yep. We are also getting more and more statements pouring in, speaking to just the heightened level of emotion right now. We're hearing from former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who, of course, her husband was attacked at their home. She wrote, as one whose family has been the victim of political violence, I know firsthand that political violence of any kind has no place in our society. I thank God that former President Trump is safe.
There's anger, though, from the Trump side. This is a new social media post from Chris LaCivita, who is one of the top campaign advisors to Trump. He said they tried to keep Trump.
I hear nothing.
They tried to keep Trump off the ballot, and they tried to put him in jail, and now you see this. So you see a politically charged response from Chris LaCivita.
Taking it right to where Democrats are trying to prevent it from going. You saw former Speaker Pelosi issue a statement talking about the political violence her family had experienced and condemning it in this context, and saying how glad she was that former President Trump is safe. You have the expectation that the White House will soon issue some kind of statement. We know that both the vice president and the president have been briefed on what's been going on. They themselves, of course, have Secret Service detail, and you have to imagine that there's an alert level across the board right now. But one of the things that we do need to pull back, that is just incredibly incendiary at a moment of incredible sensitivity to say something like that, to allege whatever they means. There's no context to who they are who are trying to keep them off the ballot, but they tried to put him in jail, and now you see this.
Trump's top campaign advisor in many ways.
Exactly. Those words have extreme weight. But if you, just to separate topic, very much related, the language around this campaign has been about us versus the system, me versus them, that all the legal cases against Donald Trump he claims are politically motivated to prevent him from re-election. By alleging that there is a connection to this attempt on his life, it would escalate that. That is, Pennsylvania State Police put out a statement. Adriana, if you want to.
We have that right here. Pennsylvania State Police confirming everything that we have been reporting, that shots were fired at former President Donald Trump today during his rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. It says that they don't have an update on former President Trump's condition, but we know from the Trump campaign, from the Secret Service, both have said that the president is safe. But we also don't know what safe means. Safe could be a lot of things. We did see in the video and the photos after this incident that the president had his fist in the air, that he appeared to have some blood on the side of his face. We don't know exactly what happened, if he was grazed or if it was worse. There we have that picture. His ear there, the top of his ear is red. But like you said, Margaret, now is a time to bring down the temperature and assess what happened, ensure that everyone is safe. Already, one person who went to this rally to support their guy is dead. That's the reporting that we're getting from our affiliate KDKA. You know, I'm just thinking about who that may have been, you know, what mindset they were in as they were going to this rally. Like you said earlier, Bob, people attend these events, you know, like they follow them across the country. His supporters are so passionate, and what can change in an instant?
It's so true. And the tension in this country has been so high. There has been such a concern about domestic violent extremism and political violence. So cooling tensions, cooling tempers is what you would hope leaders would do in this dangerous moment, because this, as you're alluding to there, these are passionate people who showed up at that rally. It's hot outside. They're standing there. They went through security. They are there because they love Donald Trump. And they are now being told by the head of his campaign that there is some kind of alleged connection between what just happened to the candidate and whoever they are. In that, I'm referring there to top Trump campaign official. I want to read to you what I'm getting text from some of our reporters on the ground who were saying, Olivia Rinaldi saying there was a palpable feeling of anger towards the media after this happened. The people in the crowd turned toward them. They started shouting, telling us it's our fault. It's a very tense environment. So what law enforcement will now do is try to prevent any kind of retaliation.
Exactly. And the agency right now at the center of this, on the scene, is the Secret Service, which is conducting a live investigation. I want to bring in CBS News contributor AP Smith, who is on the phone with us, a former Secret Service official. Can you hear me?
Yes, I have you.
Go ahead. What are you hearing from your former colleagues about what may have transpired? And based on your training, what are agents focused on right now?
Well, obviously, securing that scene and beginning an investigation is the utmost important, but that follows only making sure that the former president is safe, and that, you know, he's now in hopefully a medical facility where things can be looked at. So there's probably multiple things going on at the same time. It looks like, from the standpoint of what we saw, the video and the pictures so far, that the Secret Service reacted in the way that they're trained to do. The counter assault team, which you saw, the tactical team come up on stage, they're there to cover while the agents work in the president.
either renders medical aid to him or evacuates him completely to get him out of harm's way. So all of that looks like it occurred in the way that it should have.
And AT, you know, your former colleagues, the Secret Service trains for this. I mean, I've done reporting at their training facility here outside of Washington, where there is there's a site that's a replica of a city where they train in cars to see if there is an attack on the president. What do you do? Where do you go? How quickly do you respond? And what you describe shows that training kicking in. You see agents rushing the president off site. You see agents in plain clothes clearing the crowd. This is now a crime scene. We have video, cell phone video showing someone who appears to be potentially the assailant, possibly on a roof. AT, talk to us about the security protocol when it comes to the area outside a perimeter and an open air event like this. You know, it's one thing to usher people through metal detectors and wad them down, but you can't control the sky. You can't control, you know, parts of these areas that are outside the perimeter. How does the Secret Service account for that?
Well, and that's what the investigation probably will end up showing us. You know, how far away was this assailant? What sort of access did he have? As you said, the security in these kinds of events, whether they're indoors or outdoors, or really, if you think of it, there are three concentric circles. There's an outer perimeter, a middle perimeter, and the innermost perimeter, which is closest to the protectee, the former president. So it will be interesting to see what the distances are here, and you know, whether or not something nefarious occurred that they may yet have to get to the bottom of. But to your point, the Secret Service agents train constantly for this kind of an event at the Raleigh Training Center in Beltsville, Maryland. There's a mock town, there's mock motorcades, and obviously they practice these kinds of events. And from the video, you can see how they responded, and that is the essence of what their training is. And not only that, you saw how close the former president's limousine was to the stage. So part of that is the equation as well, to be able to not only secure him, render what medical aid he may need immediately, which is probably why they stayed there a little longer than you would normally think. Instead of just grabbing him and rushing off stage, they wanted to make sure that anything they might do in that regard wouldn't further injure him. So they want to make sure that I
want you to hold on the line for just 1 second, because we are getting word that President Biden has issued a statement. I want to go to Ed O'Keefe, who has that statement with him. Ed is in Milwaukee. Ed, go ahead.
Adriana, the president has issued a written statement saying, I have been briefed on the shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania. I'm grateful to hear that he's safe and doing well. I'm praying for him and his family and for all those who were at the rally as we await further information. Jill and I are grateful to the Secret Service for getting him to safety. There's no place for this kind of violence in America. We must unite as one nation to condemn it. CBS News can also report that the president will be making a statement in person or on camera later tonight. It is unclear where exactly, but he is at his beach house in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. And we're seeing word that the motorcade has left that house. So he may be going to a facility there in Rehoboth Beach that can be used for unexpected, unforeseen events like this, when he might have to make some kind of a statement. It's unclear, but we're waiting here. We should also point out there have been statements tonight, rare ones, from George W. Bush condemning this violence and saying he too is relieved to hear that former President Trump is safe, and former President Barack Obama and his wife Michelle saying much the same. It's not often that you get former and current presidents making statements on anything, but obviously in a situation this grave, it is completely understandable. What exactly the current president might say and how he would speak to this tonight, and this attack on his bitter political rival, remains to be seen, but it's going to be arguably one of the most challenging statements any sitting president's ever had to make at a time of this apparent, just ongoing sort of cleaving of the country and the nastiness of its politics. Adriana.
A nasty time in politics and a horrific day in America Thankfully, former President Trump is safe. We're being told by his campaign as well as the Secret Service. The Secret Service, of course, their security is at the center of this. I want to bring A.T. Smith back into this conversation. A.T. is a former Secret Service official, and we're getting new information, A.T., that this is being called a sniper incident and that this person was outside of the perimeter. Tell us what it means when something's labeled officially as a sniper incident. What does that mean to you, and especially for agents working this on the ground?
Well, if that does turn out to be the case, then obviously it would be someone with a very long-range rifle, similar to a deer rifle or something like that, with a long-range scope. So if, in fact, someone was in a place outside of that perimeter and were able to do that, it would have had to have been quite a distance. Going back to what I said a moment ago, the normal security plan is going to involve 3 concentric rings of security, an outer, a middle, and an inner perimeter. If this person somehow made their way beyond that and was able to do this, that will be a point within this investigation, to try to determine what happened and why it happened, quite frankly.
And A.T., how large are perimeters for these types of events? I mean, for someone to have been able to breach the perimeter, have been posted potentially outside of it, and have the precision that they may have had. All we know is we see some blood on the president's ear. How wide is the perimeter usually?
It really depends on the venue. If there's natural barriers between, sort of the outskirts of the perimeter and a farther distance, and we're talking about, natural obstructions, then that is going to play a role in how big the perimeter becomes. It sounds like, if what we are hearing here is correct, and this person was in fact neutralized, there was a counter sniper team there whose responsibility it is to be on the lookout, to constantly monitor these long-range potential threats. And if, in fact, that is the case, and that's what happened, and they did neutralize him, it sounds to me like the counter-assault team, the counter-sniper team reacted correctly. And again, if they've killed this suspect, then that's part of why they're there.
It is now the top of the hour, and I want to recap for anyone joining us the hard-to-believe incident that has recently transpired. Former President Trump, while addressing a crowd of thousands in Butler County, Pennsylvania, ducked as he heard, and the crowd heard shots ring out. The former president was swept away by Secret Service agents, as we're seeing right now in the video. And even after he ducked down, you heard those shots continue. We are being told that the assailant has been neutralized, has been killed, and our local affiliate reports that another person, an attendee of this rally, has also been killed. We have reporters who were there on the ground, who've spoken to eyewitnesses who describe, of course, a chaotic scene. One person conducting CPR on a victim who that person said was shot in the head. We're going to slow this video down so you can see it in detail. The former president, addressing crowds, raises his right hand toward his ear and drops down toward the ground. It looks like he ducks down toward the ground. You see a motorcade leaving the area. There he is. On a hot day in Butler County, Pennsylvania, where, there are folks behind him, there are folks in front of him, there's security and Secret Service that jump in hardly a second after this happened. I mean, they just appeared out of nowhere. Scott McFarland was there and saw all of this unfold. Scott, we're going to bring you in. Bring us back to that moment when you heard that noise, what you thought, and what happened in this scene.
It was uniquely jarring. Again, it had that same sound of fireworks, that same tone, that same volume, and that same rapidity, a series of about 8 to 10 of those. It took just a few moments, though, for us to realize it was something much more sinister than that. There would be no place for fireworks at an event like this. I was up on a press rafter, facing the former president from above, and those of us on the rafters jumped below to get beneath them, all kinds of equipment and tables falling on top of us to shield ourselves. And we can look out and see other members of the crowd, of which there were thousands here today, doing the same, kind of face planting into the ground, into the grass, up against the bike rack barriers that surrounded all the chairs here. We could see after the former president was moved off the stage, some group of law enforcement in paramilitary gear rush as a unit to what would be the former president's right side of the stage. From our view, the left side of the stage, about 90 seconds after. Soon after that, we saw 2 helicopter landings, helicopters that almost immediately lifted back up. Behind me are cars that are in line to leave that haven't moved over the last hour. It may not move. It seems that they have stopped the departures from the scene. This is an active investigation, no doubt an active criminal investigation, and the crowd that didn't get out immediately is here now for quite a while. They're in their cars, air conditioning running, with the exits either closed off or slowed down. This fairground's kind of in the middle of nowhere in Butler County, Pennsylvania. It's a populous county, but it's in a remote site, the type of site where you could have all the open space you'd need for hundreds, if not thousands, of rally goers. There's only a 1-lane road in certain stretches that gets you in or out of this area. It's going to be a very slow departure for those who are here. But we're only a couple hundred yards from businesses. There are some manufacturing businesses, there are some car dealerships on what is County Route 68, which is within sight of the fairgrounds. And there's a law enforcement presence there as well, Adriana.
Like you said, that area now under lockdown. Anyone who is still within the area has to stay put. A very rural part of the state, a 1-lane road, as you said. Scott, thank you for that eyewitness account. We're going to also show some video that our reporter Olivia Rinaldi, who follows President Trump, shot on her phone.
Oh my gosh. Okay?
Yes, don't.
We're okay. I know. Okay, Scott?
Yes, everyone stay on.
I can't see him. Where's our security?
We're going to bring in now someone else who was there, Senate candidate David McCormick, Republican candidate from Pennsylvania. Mr. McCormick, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Please describe what you saw, what transpired, and where you were when all of this happened.
Yeah, well, I was in the front row. President Trump was facing the audience, and I was to his right in the front row. And he had just announced me and invited me to come up on the stage. And I was starting to get up on the stage, and then he said, "No, I'll call you up in a little bit." And about a minute or two later, there was a number of shots. The popping sounds, it was like 7 or 8 shots, and it wasn't clear exactly where they were coming from. It felt like they were coming to President Trump's left as he faced the audience. And, it was just mayhem. There was the Secret Service immediately knocked him down and jumped on top of him. And then they got him to his feet, and they were surrounding him. And you saw this fifth come out of the group, or I think making it clear that he seemed like he was okay. I don't know if he was actually hit or not. There looked like there was a little bit of blood, but his fist came out as, I guess, a sign that he was okay. And then to my back, there was some commotion, and I looked over my shoulder. Everybody was, the moment the shots happened, everybody got down on their knees or down on their, laid down. And unfortunately, someone to my rear in the bleachers had been hit. And the people around, it looked like him. It looked like a large man. People were trying to administer first aid, and there was blood everywhere, unfortunately. And eventually, within a few minutes, the police came and carried that person out, presumably to get the kind of emergency care they needed. But it was obviously a very frightening moment. It was clear that the president was under attack, and it was clear that people were being hurt, and it wasn't clear whether there was one shooter or two shooters or whether they were done. And so you can imagine it was a crowd of 15,000 people. It seemed about 15,000 is what the law enforcement people had told us. And so you can imagine what kind of panic there was with this kind of horrible thing happening.
And David, stay with us. You know, we just played video that showed that moment where everyone was crowded down, and in this crowd of thousands, everyone is just still, hardly moving as they react to what are the sounds of gunfire. People thought they were fireworks at first. Then it became clear that it was gunfire. From your vantage point, how far were you from the president? You were in the first row, and could you tell if he was grazed, perhaps? I know you said you're not sure if he took a direct hit, but describe for me from how close you were what you could tell happened in terms of his potential injuries.
You know, I really couldn't tell. I did see just a little bit of blood as they were going around him, and then, as I said, I saw the fist come out. But I couldn't tell the nature of his injuries. It all happened in the blink of an eye. And initially, I wasn't focused just solely on the president when the shots started happening. And you know, it seemed from where I was sitting, the shots were opposite from me. But I think there's also a possibility the shots were coming from two sides. I'm not, you know, I don't know what's been discovered thus far, but I'm not sure it was just one gunman or two gunmen. But clearly it was, you know, it was an attack on and an assault on his life. And you know, the Secret Service almost acted instantaneously once the shot started, and were circled him.
Exactly. You see them encircling him. Clearly, their training kicking in. They're almost creating a perimeter around the former president, shielding him with their bodies. David, you describe, you know, one of the former President Trump in front of you, and then a person behind you who was hit. So these bullets could have been coming from any direction, or did you have any sense of where they were coming from? I know that you said that you weren't sure if they were coming from one place.
Right. Well, it wasn't clear to me. From where I was sitting, it felt like the bullets probably came from across the other side of the crowd, because if they missed the president, then they would have hit somebody behind me, or you know, someone in my part of the crowd. So I thought I heard shots coming from that direction, but you know, others thought that they heard shots coming from other directions. And, you know, I was a military person, so one of the things, it's not always easy to tell where the shots are originating from. So, and it's, you know, they weren't huge sounds. They weren't booming sounds. They sounded like almost a small caliber weapon. You know, in moments of chaos like this, you know, you always have to be careful you don't jump to conclusions. But I think they felt like they came from the president's left, from where I was sitting.
And David, you know, these events are loud. So for these sounds to pierce through the crowd and all of the noise, everyone reacting quickly, getting down. I mean, we've all been through lockdown training, unfortunately. Tell us a bit about the scene with the victim that you saw. Where did it appear that this person had been hit, and how severe were those injuries?
You know, it was really hard to tell. It was a lot of blood, so it wasn't clear where the bullet had struck him, and how, you know, how severe the wound was. You know, he looked to be unconscious, but even that's not entirely clear to me. But it was obviously a lot of blood, so I'm assuming he was pretty severely wounded, and you know, I'm hoping and praying he's okay.
2-minute warning for Biden.
David, stand by. Thank you so much for that account. You were there. You were in the front row. I'm here with Bob Costa, who's been, as we're sitting here, reporting to you. Bob is next to me on the phone, making phone calls quietly to all of his sources to find out what happened. Is the former president okay? We're being told President Biden is going to be addressing the nation in minutes. We're standing by for that. You see the shot that we have up, waiting for his arrival. Bob, what's the latest that you've been hearing?
The latest remains the suspect has been killed, one dead in the shooting at Trump's rally. We're still trying to learn more from those witnesses who were there about what exactly happened on stage in terms of a firearm being discharged. Did it hit something and then ricochet onto Trump? And then you see there's a confusion about exactly what happened in terms of the injury for former President Trump. This is a major moment for President Biden, not only the president of the United States, becomes just days before the Republican National Convention, and as President Biden is facing consternation in his party over his recent debate performance in Atlanta. The president is someone who has had his differences, to say the least, with former President Trump over the course of this campaign. But we are in a fragile national moment when there's this kind of violence at a political event for your opponent. This will be a presidential moment, if there ever was one, in the 2024 presidential campaign. We are soon to hear from the President of the United States, who is at his weekend residence, a place he loves returning to for peace and quiet, Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. Here's the president.
I've been thoroughly briefed by all the agencies in the federal government as to the situation, based on what we know now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have engaged in making sure that the people and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to if it's not convenient for you all. But the bottom line is that the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it. Everybody. I'll keep you informed, and if I am able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well. But so far, it appears he's doing well, number one. Number two, that they're thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We have some reports, but not final reports. And every agency in the federal government, I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing. Has anything happened? They learned more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much, and I hope I get to speak to them tonight, and I'll get back to you if I do, okay?
Mr. President, do you think there was an assassination attempt?
I don't know enough I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
Are you worried about safety?
That was President Biden addressing the nation after former President Trump was presumptively shot at a rally in Pennsylvania. Shots rang out at this rally. We are told the potential shooter is dead. Someone in the crowd is also dead. But what really stood out to me from this address was the president called former President Trump Donald. I'm trying to get a hold of Donald. I hope he's okay. All of the kind of political vernacular has kind of faded away, and now he's talking human to human. He said Donald is with doctors. I'm trying to get a hold of him. He, of course, condemned what happened, condemned political violence. He said, quote, "It's sick."
He also said he's trying to learn more information. We do know that some kind of firearm was discharged, and we're trying to learn about how what exactly happened. We have heard from Donald Trump Jr. as well, just in the last few minutes, sent by an aide. Don Jr. was not there. Donald Trump Jr. not there. But he said, quote, "I just spoke to my father on the phone, and he is in great spirits. He will never stop fighting to save America, no matter what the radical left throws at him." Okay, we don't know about the intention of this shooter or motivation in any way at this time. That's a quote from Donald Trump Jr., former president's son. President Biden, in his brief remarks from Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, a place where he likes to enjoy some peace and quiet on the weekend, not this weekend, having to speak out about violence at a political rally. He called it sick.
We have Major Garrett also on the line. Major, what do you take away from the president's remarks, and what are you hearing from your sources?
Well, first of all, everyone, I just got to Milwaukee. I got here about 5 minutes ago, right off the airplane, and was shocked to hear the news out of Butler, Pennsylvania. The president's remarks are all the nation knows, and he's at the top of the pyramid of all the available information. I can tell you this from Milwaukee. I just got off the phone with Reince Priebus, former Republican National Committee chairman, former White House chief of staff to Donald Trump, and now currently the chairman of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. He said three things. One, he's been on the phone with those close to former President Trump. The former President Trump is well, does not expect to change anything about the program here in Milwaukee. Will come in here, if anything, more energized, more raring to go. That is a word from Reince Priebus about everything that is planned for the 4 days to commence tomorrow here in Milwaukee. I asked Reince Priebus, do you expect the security situation here in Milwaukee to change as a result of the events in Butler, Pennsylvania? He said, not yet. He said, but I will probably get a briefing in the not too distant future. There are a lot of other priorities ahead of that right now, but he's expecting that something might change. I can tell you this, having just gotten here to downtown Milwaukee already, the standard lengthy multi-block security perimeter is being erected as I speak. Blocks are being blocked off all around. That standard protocol for Republican or Democratic national conventions has been for many, many years. What we don't know is, starting tomorrow, will the plans that they had going into this event in any way be tightened as a result of the violence in Butler, Pennsylvania, and the very near miss on former President Trump? Reince Priebus did not have any insights into that. But what he does know, and what he was able to convey to me, is former president is well, expects to be here all 4 days in Milwaukee, and wants the program to go as planned. That's what I know.
We now have a doctor who was on the scene and treating people, Dr. Jim Sweetland. Dr. Sweetland, what did you see, and who did you treat? What were the extent of the injuries?
Yes, hi. Thank you for having me on. I was in the stands about 30 feet away from an individual that received a head wound, a headshot. He was on the right. He was on the lower portion of the same stands. I was looking at the graph when I heard what sounded like firecrackers going off. I saw the Secret Service then swarm over Donald Trump, and somebody near the location of this individual cried out, he's down, he's hurt, he's been shot. And so, being an emergency department physician, I just went into muscle memory and went down there to assist him.
And how did you assist him, doctor? And what did he look like? What were the extent of his wounds? It sounds like this was a male. What can you describe for us?
It's a male. He appeared to be mid-30s. I believe he was Hispanic. He was wearing a Trump rally shirt. He was shot in the head. His body was twisted around and wedged between two benches that were in the stand. He was not breathing. He did not have a pulse or at all. He appeared fairly gravely ill. With the help of 3 other people, I was able to get him back up on a bench, and I administered CPR. I breathed for him, standard CPR, and I also did chest compressions. There was a lot of blood that was spilt on the stands where he lay, as well as brain matter.
Doctor, did he appear to have any family with him, or did he seem like he was alone?
He seemed like there was 2 family members. I continued to try to resuscitate him. 2 Pennsylvania State police officers approached and tapped me and said, "We got him." They're big guys. They lifted him off the bench like a rag doll. They thought I was family. I said, "No, I'm an emergency department physician, just trying to help." And they gathered up 2 family members and they left.
Doctor, this is Margaret Brennan in Washington. I am sorry for all that you have gone through. Thank you for sharing your account. I wonder if you can share with us any detail of what you witnessed in terms of whether you saw what the injury was caused by. Was there impact from the bullet, or, as we're seeing rumors of, was there shrapnel? Was there glass that sprayed that also caused injuries in the area?
Yeah, no, this was a bullet wound that was in the right temporal area above the right ear. the bone was elevated, and there was profuse blood and excuse me for saying this, brain matter coming there. So it really was a bullet wound, an entry wound. Looking at him, I did not examine him beyond performing CPR. I did not see an exit wound.
Did you, doctor, have any visibility into others in the area who might have had injuries? And could you tell from the distance you were at what the former president was injured by? We can see in images that there was blood, but we don't know if, for example, he had a close call, if this was shrapnel, if this was glass, or do you have any way of knowing?
I have no way of knowing the injuries to the president. I was focused entirely on that poor individual that was shot. And once you're in that mode, you really don't pay attention to your surroundings. I did look briefly for any guns or weapons in the area where he was or around where other members of his family were. I didn't see any weapons, no guns, no knives, nothing.
Could you tell the distance at which the shot was taken? Did you see the origin of the shot?
I couldn't tell. Again, I'm not a telemetry expert, but the way the wound entered, it was, I think, from being trees or from a distance, it seemed. And sometimes it looked like an assassination. They'll shoot the individual in front of them so they then can shoot their true target. I just thought of that as I was dealing with this individual.
Mm-hmm. Doctor, since you are a medical professional, the fact that the former president was able to stand up, we heard him say, get my shoe. He had a trickle of blood, but he had his arms around others. That would, as we are hearing from these statements from his campaign, suggest that he is fine. What was it that you think took him off his feet?
I don't know, because I did not witness that. When I turned around, the Secret Service were already piled on him, and my attention was entirely on this individual, so I could not really assess the president how he was walking off the stage. The first thing I said when I got up and I turned to my friend said, "Did Trump walk off the stage?" And he said, "Yes." And so to me, that indicated that the wound was not severe, at least at that moment.
Doctor, you were there as an attendee. Tell us about the level of security required to enter these fairgrounds.
It was quite tight. I mean, it was a good hour to get in. There were an hour to get in the line to go through the metal detectors. I happen to have artificial knees that always lights up metal detectors, and they had to wand me after I got in, and they confirmed that I had that. It was quite tight. I felt pretty secure there. Okay. Also, where my vantage point in the stands, I could observe I could observe what I consider to be SWAT snipers with silencers and guns.
I think we just lost him.
The reason, Adriana, that description of the distance is so important is it gets to the security protocols. Clearly, the security perimeter was not broad and wide enough. If, as we were just hearing from our eyewitness, it took over an hour to get through those metal detectors and screening, and someone was able at a distance to take a fairly clear shot that close to a Secret Service detailee.
I just got a text from the former president's son, Donald Trump Jr. He's been on the phone with his father. He was not at the event. He says, as we've been reporting, his father is doing fine. He's doing fine. That's from Donald Trump Jr., the son of former President Donald Trump.
I understand our political reporter, Ed O'Keefe, is standing by. I believe he's in Milwaukee. Ed, are you there? Can you hear me?
That's right. Margaret, I can. Can you hear me?
I can. Ed, we already knew that Milwaukee was in a heightened level of preparedness security-wise. because this is a large gathering. All large gatherings these days are highly scrutinized, but for the RNC, there's high security. Do you have any sense on the ground if protocols are changing, or if any of the Secret Service you're seeing there has any indication of what went wrong?
We are, during the day, in the hours before this, we observed local police and other police agencies that get sent here to assist Milwaukee local police in dealing with things like traffic control, crowd control. They were out and about sort of reviewing the lay of the land, getting a sense of it. In the hours since then, we haven't seen a few blocks from the convention site any real change in police posture. But we know that around the time the former president's campaign rally was beginning, coincidentally, the so-called security sweep, or the thorough review of everything inside the convention perimeter, was beginning, led by the Secret Service. It was supposed to continue into the overnight hours. We'll see now if it is potentially extended a few hours or not. And we'll also see, as Major was reporting earlier, whether there's any change to events that are scheduled to begin tomorrow. I know of one, for example, convention attendees from the 50 states and the territories are invited to a large outdoor music and festival area on the shores of the lake here for a big event tomorrow night. We'll have to see if that is changed in any way, given that it is an outdoor event, like the campaign event in Pennsylvania. But otherwise, hotels here are beginning to fill up. Preparations are underway. One other piece of politics that's worth conveying, Margaret, while we're waiting to see what exactly Republicans decide to do with their convention, the Biden campaign let it be known moments before the president spoke that the Biden campaign itself is moving tonight to stop all television and digital advertising across the country to acknowledge this moment, and is working to ensure that all outbound communication to voters, in essence, that's fundraising appeals and advertising, is stopped. To mark this event. That is a notable pause, given that upwards of $50 million were supposed to be spent this month on that kind of advertising and other outreach.
Well, Ed, what you're saying, just to put it in context, this is already affecting the operations of a campaign 4 months out from Election Day, but it is also a choice, a deliberate choice being made by the Biden campaign to say this is not the moment for politics. It was very quickly that they got the president on air. Tell me what you thought about the language chosen by the president and the thinking in the White House and trying to tamp down any kind of perhaps retaliation.
When the current president speaks about his predecessor and bitter political rival, I had never heard him before refer to him in that way, as Donald. To Adriana's earlier observation, I would surmise, based on years of tracking him, that that's exactly what he was trying to do, sort of tamp down the politics of this and try to emphasize the humanity. Donald, after all, is a man, is a human being, is a father, is a grandfather, is someone who's followed and adored by millions of Americans and people around the world. So the fact that he very clearly said from the beginning, I'm trying to talk to Trump tonight myself, is notable, and we'll see whether or not that conversation happens. And the president didn't rule out speaking again tonight to try to help quell concerns across the country. That response, different to the one that Trump made in the moments after this, though perhaps understandable. And we'll just have to monitor here in the coming hours how these two leaders, and perhaps former presidents, Margaret, consider speaking out or doing something to try to quell the obvious rancor and violence that we've seen today and could potentially see over the next 3.5 months as the campaign continues.
Yeah. And Adriana, apologies if you've already reported that, but our Pat Milton is saying we now know the weapon used was a rifle, that the shooter used that. And in that video we were showing earlier of the downed individual appeared to be wearing fatigues. You couldn't see the weapon. And we don't know that that's the shooter, but we believe that that video does reflect that was the eliminated threat Secret Service took down.
That's new information.
And confirmation from Pat Milton as well, from 2 law enforcement sources to her. The shooter was outside of that cordoned area, as we've been discussing. It was a couple hundred yards away from former President Trump. It was on that elevated structure, shot and killed by a member of the Secret Service counter-assault team. As Margaret said, the shooter's weapon was a rifle. New information from Pat Milton.
In other words, a skilled shooter to be able to take a shot like that at a distance with a rifle.
And to Ed's point, The current president is talking about unity, trying to cut through the politics and talk about the humanity of the situation. The vice president has also issued a statement. She says that she's been briefed. She says, Doug and I are relieved that he is not seriously injured. We are praying for him, his family, and all those who have been injured and impacted by this senseless shooting. She continues and says that we are grateful to the United States Secret Service, first responders, local authorities for their immediate action. Violence such as this has no place in our nation. We must condemn this abhorrent act and do our part to ensure that it does not lead to more violence.
And new reporting from Nicole Scanga, a CBS News reporter, that is still being determined if former President Trump was hit by a bullet or from debris. Some evidence he might have been cut by the glass. He's surrounded by teleprompters, which are plastic or glass, depending on the event on stage. Different elements are on stage as well. Again, from Nicole Scanga at CBS News, the suspect was on a shed. Again, that elevated platform outside the security perimeter. Usually, multiple sources tell CBS News the president or Republican nominee would have some sort of protective glass in the area, but it's unclear at this event what the extent was of the security around former President Trump.
And this on a day when, you know, the campaigns were in full swing. Just today, I just read that statement from the vice president. She had a campaign event in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia, that was indoors. These events have different levels of security based on the risk. There, of course, is more risk when you are outside. There is less ability to control all the elements. Yeah. We don't know exactly what happened, but we do know that an alleged assailant has been neutralized. We believe him, if it is a man, to have been up on a roof.
CBS reporting at this point is that it is a male, and we're having communication issues ourselves on this end, and this is a breaking news environment. So stay with us in this fluidity. But I want to make sure that our control room in New York tells me that we have someone on the phone right now who was an eyewitness to events. I'd like to be able to speak to him. I'm told his name is Josh Dresling. Josh, are you there, and can you hear all of us?
Yes, I'm here, and I can hear you.
Wonderful. Josh, can you give us a little context? Why were you at the rally today?
I was just an observer there to take some pictures and see the goings-on of, you know, this whole movement in our country, and then chaos kind of broke out.
You're a journalist, or why? You stood in the heat in an hour, and you went through security and at this campaign. You're a pretty interested photographer. Tell me a little bit about why you were there and what you saw.
I'm an amateur journalist. I mostly cover music and that kind of stuff. So this was more of a personal kind of adventure today. I was there and bared through the heat and went through the security with, you know, there was several thousands of people there, and it was very hot. And I made my way to basically the center of the crowd. You know, I was a little bit off to the right of the podium, about 50 yards away, standing there with, you know, shoulder to shoulder with many, many other people. And then I heard one pop, and then a second pop, pop, pop. And then there was like four or five that followed that. And it sounded like it came off from my right, which would have been Trump's left, where the video that you were showing, there was two people that were injured. I kind of think that these two people were in the line of fire, and that was the shots ricocheting on the like aluminum grandstand kind of seating there.
Yeah, we heard some of our eyewitness reporters were saying that they could see blood on those metal boards in the stadium area in the infrastructure. What are we talking about there, and who is that from?
I didn't personally see blood on the things, but I did see them, like paramedics and whether it was Secret Service or military or whatever, they carried two guys out of there. And actually, it's one of the videos you've been playing was a video that I had shot, but they were carrying them down the steps. And the one guy was able to exit on his own with some help from the other people. But another guy was being carried out, and he really didn't have any expression or anything. And they took them off to the side and laid them on the ground there, and were attending to them at that point. And actually, I'm seeing the video on your station right now.
That's your video that you shot?
Yeah, right there.
You filmed? Okay.
Correct.
And And can you tell us if you saw the image that we have up right now of the person injured? Did you, with the American flag cowboy boots, were you able to see anything there? What happened and the extent of those injuries?
No, that gentleman there with the flag around him, they took him and laid him in the grass there, and they eventually loaded him into an ambulance. I don't know what type of condition he was in at that point. I don't have any further information as far as that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Josh, thank you. Adriana or Bob, did you have any questions?
I continued to hear from sources close to former President Trump, family members like Donald Trump Jr., top House Republicans, top Senate Republicans. They are all trying to give the family some space tonight as the family directly communicates with former President Trump. But those who have spoken to Donald Trump Jr. and other family members say former President Trump is reiterating to his closest advisors and family members that he is fine. But so many people on both sides of the aisle shook by this outbreak of violence in Pennsylvania. We are still trying to learn more about what exactly happened on stage. We have seen the images, we have seen the video, but what exactly happened in terms of the trajectory of the firearm discharge, if they were bullets, if there was some other type of event that happened in the vicinity of the stage. We heard from David McCormick, the Senate candidate, an eyewitness and sitting in the first row, watching the former president. The former president, though physically, personally defiant, we're told tonight by those closest to him, doing fine. Everyone in his circle shook. And you saw President Biden tonight weighing in, not just a statement on paper, but taking time in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, a place he rarely makes comments, to make a statement about how he believes this is a sick moment in American political history. Former President Trump fine, the shooter killed, another person killed. But you see a security failure, as Margaret Brennan and others have been detailing with their reporting. A.T. Smith and others have been discussing, to have someone, as CBS News has confirmed, on an elevated structure not that far, just hundreds of yards, mere hundreds of yards away from a former president of the United States, one of the most arguably protected people in the country. All former presidents of the United States have lifetime security from the United States Secret Service. A breach today in Butler, Pennsylvania. You can see the alleged suspect, who is now dead, on the roof of this structure not far from the crowd. And you had eyewitnesses now pouring out of this event in Butler, Pennsylvania, expressing astonishment that some of them saw this person on the roof, and shocked that the Secret Service ultimately did take action to take out the shooter, but of course not in time before something happened with an apparent firearm. The former president, his fist in the air. That photos in this image of Trump leaving the stage with his arm in the air have circulated like wildfire among his closest supporters and allies. And it should be noted, many of Trump's supporters on social media tonight extremely angry. It's not going to reflect all of the verbatims of what we're seeing on social media from some of the Republicans around Trump. But to be clear, this is still a politically charged moment as much as it is a crime investigation and a security moment. Many people already in this country very angry at the other side, not just on a partisan red versus blue level, but we cover it all the time here at CBS News. There's a visceral nature to the emotions that pour out on the campaign trail.
And to that point, Bob Costa, I was just texting with Robert O'Brien, the former national security advisor to Donald Trump, who sent out a statement saying we've got to take the political temperature down. He and Mike Lee, the senator, issued this jointly. We've got to take the political temperature down, as evidenced by what happened in Pennsylvania today. So two key Republican Trump supporters calling for the rhetoric, the political violence, the threats of it to be lowered. That is in stark contrast to the head of the Trump campaign, one of the top Trump campaign officials you were reading statements from earlier. We are also looking at social media posts from other Republicans who are quite angry. Everyone should be angry that this security failure happened, but in a way that will raise further concern of someone misinterpreting things and perhaps carrying out further political violence. Law enforcement will want to lower this temperature. And words matter right now very much.
Well, we're entering, though, a period of extreme political charge with the Republican National Convention. We just heard from Major Garrett and Ed O'Keefe on the ground in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, because that begins on Monday.
We have on the phone another eyewitness from the event in Pennsylvania today. Her name is Melissa Schaffert. Melissa, I understand you heard some pops. You heard what we believe to be a series of gunshots. According to the log I see, there were at least 3 shots heard. How many did you hear?
I believe we heard 4 shots. It was very confusing because the shots did not sound like they were gunshots. It sounded like they were fireworks. And we were sitting about 50 feet from this giant green tractor, which is a combine. And I look over and I saw plumes of dust, but I thought, that's not what a gunshot sounds like. And then the chaos ensued and we all got down on the ground and I could actually hear bullets whizzing by. So I think the interesting thing to note when you're looking at all of the footage that is online and President Trump is directly in front of you on the screen, all of this action was taking place to the right of the president. So we were on the ground for about a minute. We all stood up, and that's when I posted quite a lengthy video on my Instagram that shows the exact area where we heard the gunshots coming from. Now, it's interesting to note that the gunshots obviously hit a large piece of equipment that was holding a giant speaker, and that cable snapped. And when that cable snapped, some kind of fluid came out of that machine. So there was fluid spraying, and there was a loud noise and equipment falling as well. So it was very chaotic.
I'm sure it is. I'm looking here at our producers logging the video playback that we've been watching here that's on your screen right now. And it looks like there was about a 30-second or so difference of time between when they heard shots and when the Secret Service said shooters down.
Yes.
That was a very quick reaction, it sounds like, including neutralizing the shooter.
Absolutely. We did not hear any shots that would have neutralized the shooter. I actually posted the video of the gentleman getting carried out of the stands that was hurt. And I also had a still shot of further back, them doing some kind of triage on someone. I had thought it was the shooter, but now as I'm watching the news, it looks like the shooter is on top of a building. I don't know if that is true or not, but I think it's also interesting to note that the Butler Farm Show area doesn't have good cellular service. So it was, really people did not know what was going on. And it wasn't until I drove home to Grove City, Pennsylvania and turned on the news that I actually saw the president being hit with the bullet.
I believe, are you from Pennsylvania? Because I believe Pennsylvania is one of those states that allows concealed weapons to be carried.
Yes. I have a concealed carry permit.
Okay, so you know what a gunshot sounds like. Do you have any idea what kind of rifle this was?
If I had to guess, and again, I don't know if I was hearing a ricochet. I did not hear a rifle make a sound of a bullet leaving a rifle because I thought it was a firecracker. I would have bet money on it being a low caliber gun, a 22, but I could have been hearing a ricochet. I also could have been hearing that equipment being hit. So yes, I do have a concealed carry permit, and yes, I do have a good working knowledge of firearms, and I did not hear any shots after that of this shooter being taken out either. So I don't know if there are silencers involved or anything like that.
Okay. Thank you for sharing your eyewitness account there. So very familiar with what guns sound like. Very interesting detail to know there from Melissa. I understand, Bob Costa, you are seeing Donald Trump himself make a statement now.
Yes, former President Donald Trump communicates on a social media platform, Truth Social. This is a verbatim of what he posted moments ago. I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all law enforcement for the rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. This is all verbatim from Trump's Truth Social. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. CBS News has confirmed that. More verbatim. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper right part of my ear. He says on his Truth Social, he believes he was shot, quote, with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America, end quote. This is a statement moments ago from former President Trump on his Truth social media account. He said nothing is known at this time about the shooter who is now dead. He believes he was shot, he says on his Truth Social, with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear, as he put it. He said he heard a whizzing sound, shots, and felt what he calls a bullet ripping through the skin. CBS News is still reporting out the exact details of what unfolded on stage in terms of the firearm, what happened on top of that building, hundreds of yards away where the shooter was, who was ultimately killed, was seen by many eyewitnesses. We're trying to figure out what exactly happened on stage when a firearm was discharged. But that is what former President Trump, Margaret, said tonight on his Truth Social account. His version, his statement of what just happened. As we have said, his family believes he is fine. They are talking to him. He is communicating with his aides and his family members tonight. He also just posted this on Truth Social, ending with God bless America. He said much bleeding took place, whizzing sounds, shots. He felt something ripping through his skin.
Well, he is always colorful and graphic in describing things. And for him to say it was a bullet that pierced the upper part of his ear then would seem to contradict some of the initial reporting that it was perhaps shrapnel or glass that ricocheted and caused that trickle of blood.
This is his statement. This is his statement. We are still reporting out this story, and part of that report is detailing what the person who was involved in this incident, former President Donald Trump, has to say. His Truth Social statement is like us talking to an eyewitness or talking to someone at the phone who was there, but he was directly involved. It is clear former President Trump was injured in part with a firearm that was discharged from a building hundreds of yards away. He was visibly bleeding from the ear on his face as he left the stage, raised his arm in defiance as he left Secret Service on top of him. You can see the blood there on the upper part of his ear, a droplet of blood dripping along his cheek. So clearly something struck him in that area. He says on Truth Social tonight, he believes it was a bullet. We are still reporting out this story at CBS News. Part of it is his account as he sees it.
I am told that our CBS colleague from KDKA, Jennifer Barrasso, is on the line right now. She is outside the scene of the rally. Jennifer, what did you witness?
Hi there. So I have a witness right now. He had just showed up at the Trump rally just a short time before it started, and he actually tells me that he saw the shooter on the building, and his name is Benjamin Macer. Thank you so much for staying around. Just take me back. What were you doing before the shooting happened, and then what did you see and hear?
I was just standing there like everybody else, waiting for Trump, and as Trump started, I noticed two officers that were looking for something or somebody. I was looking around myself and seeing a guy on top of one of the buildings go in between one building to the next, and went and told the officer that he was up there. And when I went back to my spot, I heard that people could still see the person from where they were standing. So I checked that out, and I went back to tell the officer that if he came over there, he could see them. And when I turned my back is when the shots started, and then it took me a second or two to figure out exactly what it was. And then it was just getting out of there and helping some other person out with her child, and we got out, and that was the end of that. And I went and left, and that was all.
So the viewers have some perspective. Behind us, okay, is the American Glass Research Company. Okay, can you kind of describe the building behind us, the tan building right there? Can you take a look at it? And then where was the shooter exactly?
There's more buildings behind the tan building that we can see, and we were back there, and there's two or three buildings behind that, and he was on both of them. I assume both of them when he went on that small section from one to the other, and that was where I last saw him, was the end of his day.
So this man was able to basically climb to the next building, and you told law enforcement, hey, there's a guy over there.
Correct. I don't know how he got up there. I don't know any of that, but I definitely saw him up there and went to the officer, and that was all I know.
Did you get a good look at the shooter?
No, I don't know. I don't know anything about him other than I believe he had a gray shirt on, but that's about as much as I know.
And then what happened after the shots were fired? Can you describe just the panic and just the fear I'm sure you felt?
There was definitely panic. We started out of there, and I went away a little bit and noticed there was a lady trying to get out of there with her two chairs and her little child, and I helped her. I carried the child out and her chairs for her, and we got her out, and she said that her dad was still up there and told me what he was wearing. So I went back up and found her dad and told him where he could find his daughter, and then that was it. I left and got myself out of there.
So the building where the shooter was, if you look to your left, it's that light tan building that we're seeing to the left of that brown building, correct?
Correct. Back behind the couple of trees.
And any idea just where he was positioned in terms of shooting at the former president?
He was just on the roof. That he would have been almost parallel to the stage. I couldn't see the president from where I was, but I knew where the stage was.
So you were telling me that you actually told law enforcement, hey, there is a guy over there.
Correct.
And what was their response again?
He just took that information and went towards the building looking for the person. And I'm not sure. Like I said, when I turned around is when the shots were, so I don't know what happened with that. And then obviously my attention was directed somewhere else.
Anything, you said you're a local here. What do you know about this company here?
I don't know anything about American Glass Research. I assume they do glass research, but that's all I know.
And then another witness I interviewed, he just is baffled, just confused how, with all of the police here, the Secret Service, how this could have happened. Just what are you wondering right now?
I don't have much wonder. The shooter was outside of the secured fence. He never would have went through security. So he was just far enough away, and it's an unfortunate thing that happened, and that's all.
And did you see him get shot?
No, like I said, my back was turned at that point, so I didn't see any of it.
Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. So there you have it. So the witness here just basically saying that he flagged law enforcement, saying that he saw this guy and that it appeared that they were looking for someone, and he then saw the guy on the roof. And just many people that I'm talking to just wondering how this could have happened.
Many people wondering exactly that very question right now. And no doubt, since this is a Secret Service investigation, we will be hearing more from them on those details as they get them. We do have a statement from the Secret Service at this time, and I want to share it with everyone who's tuning in at this hour. The Secret Service is saying today in Butler, Pennsylvania, at approximately 6:15 p.m., a suspected shooter fired multiple shots no specific number listed here, toward the stage from an elevated position, as our eyewitnesses have been sharing with our audience, outside of the rally venue. The Secret Service personnel neutralized the shooter, who's now deceased. Secret Service quickly responded with protective measures, and former President Trump is safe. One spectator was killed, as we've been reporting, and 2 spectators were critically injured. This incident is currently under investigation, and the Secret Service has notified the FBI. So the Secret Service confirming from the federal level what our eyewitnesses have been saying in terms of the numbers of those injured, that the shooter was from an elevated position, and notably that those shots were taken from outside of the rally venue. That is going to be a key part of the investigation here, why the security perimeter didn't include that area, how the shooter knew and could get to that elevated position and be able to take the shots that came this close to the 45th president of the United States.
And to that point, Margaret, we have new reporting from Nicole Skanga that there is now planning currently underway to expand the perimeter at the Republican National Convention to create a buffer zone around the event. And at 8:42 p.m. Eastern tonight, former President Trump issued a statement on Truth Social. He said, quote, "I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed." And also, and he said that he recounted, in his view, whizzing sounds, quote, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, he says, end quote, on his Truth Social account.
And Bob, you're talking about those changing security protocols. I want to go out to Milwaukee, where Major Garrett is already on the ground ahead of the Republican National Convention, a high security event. Major, I have to imagine it's getting even more protection at this hour.
Well, Margaret, let me share what's happening right now. I'm about 2 blocks away from the arena where the Republican National Convention will be held. It's just over my shoulder. You can't see it over my shoulder, but trust me, it's 2 blocks that way. Already, the security perimeter is being built around that convention site, multiple blocks in every direction. As I reported earlier on our special coverage, Reince Priebus, the chairman of this Republican National Convention, was not, when he spoke to me about an hour ago, aware of any changes yet in the security protocols here in Milwaukee. He said he would not be surprised if, in fact, the existing very extensive security protocols and perimeters would either be hardened or extended, but nothing had been relayed to him yet. I just want to tell you what's going on in the last half hour here. We're, like I said, about 2 blocks from the convention arena. I've seen far more police cars circling this area in the last half hour than I did in the first half hour that I arrived here, coming straight from the airport. We've also seen 2 helicopters circling this part of downtown Milwaukee. I wouldn't say that is dramatically out of the ordinary for preparations for an event of this size and security, but we can't pretend that it's not happening and not noticeable. It is noticeable and meant to be noticed. That's what's happening right here in Milwaukee. A couple of other things I can tell you, Margaret. Talking to those in the Trump inner circle about the events that will begin here tomorrow. I've talked to 2 sources within the Trump campaign who tell me that already the speeches that were prepared are being rewritten, and the rhetoric will reflect this event, and many Republicans who take the stage, not just tomorrow night, but every night in the 4 nights of this event, will talk about, from their vantage point, Democrats, the left, liberals, using very harsh language about the former president, language they will assert cannot be separated from this event in Butler, Pennsylvania. That is probably something most people would assume, but I have confirmation that those speeches are being redrafted with this event in mind. And already I've been told that the former president had soft intentions before this event in Butler, Pennsylvania, to be at this convention each and every night in some capacity or another. I've been told to expect him to be visible tomorrow night here.
No doubt. Major Garrett there just underscoring again that they have extended the security perimeter around the Republican National Convention, which is set to get underway tomorrow in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in light of the incident that just happened. It is the top of the hour, so I want to just set the table for anyone who is tuning in. It's 9 o'clock here on the East Coast, 6 o'clock on the West Coast. And we just want to update you with a quick recap of the breaking news that we've been covering for the past few hours. We know that multiple shots were fired at a campaign rally today for Donald Trump in the key swing state of Pennsylvania. The former president of the United States and the presumptive Republican nominee for president has been injured, but Secret Service tonight says he is safe. He himself has issued statements to that effect, talking about what he has described as minor injuries to his ear. CBS has learned from law enforcement sources that the shooter was killed by a Secret Service counter-assault team. Sources say the shooter, who used a rifle, was acting from outside the security perimeter, something that Secret Service themselves confirmed. Secret Service also said the shooter was standing on an elevated platform. We know from some reporting that that was a shed. A rally attendee who was there to support Donald Trump was also killed. The former president posted about his own injuries on social media. He said he wanted to extend his condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. We actually heard from Secret Service that it was two people, or more than one person, who have been critically injured. And we will try to track their recovery as we report out this story. It is still in the early moments. And I want to get to Scott McFarlane, our CBS reporter who was on the ground covering the rally for CBS News. Scott, when really the unimaginable happened, given how high security procedures are at a rally like this?
It's a profound failure of enormous magnitude in securing this event. When you're on the rafters inside this rally site, you can see a car dealership. You can see office buildings in the distance. They're in your line of sight. But for everybody who came in, the thousands of people who are here today, you had to go through a magnetometer. You had to get wanded. Your bag had to be searched. They opened the zippers. They checked everything. They looked at your water bottles. Everybody who went through those magnetometers was screened. Yet something like this happened in America at an event secured by the U.S. Secret Service. I can tell you from being here, being in the middle of it, gunshots don't sound like they do in the movies. They just don't, at least not these. We all conflated them initially for firecrackers. Some of us are kicking ourselves for taking so long to duck for cover, and you get a sense now from all of the shootings across America, all the tragedies, why there is a fog of war during them. It's so disorienting. It's so disabling. You lose your senses. I can't tell you how many there were. I lost count because there was a fog of war going on. A lot of us jumped beneath the nearest thing we could find, chairs. We were beneath the press rafters. Things were hitting us in the head. People were running into each other. There was this collision of humanity. But I also can tell you that among those in the crowd who were last to leave, they were in a holding pattern here for hours. They just now have been freed to go. Overhead, there are still helicopters circling. I saw ambulances arrive minutes after the former president was taken away, which gave us an indication there were more medical needs on site. We also saw a different helicopter, potentially a medevac, land twice within minutes of the former president leaving. This is an absolute horror and trauma for those who lived through it, the thousands of supporters of the former president. I'll tell you something else. Some in the crowd turned on us. Heckled us, made gestures at us, approached the police line or the barricade they had near the media rafters. There were some, though, also, Margaret, who were heckling us earlier in the day, as often happens at these events. A couple of them came up to exchange good words when this was all over, to check on how we were doing. This is a mutual trauma for everybody involved.
No doubt, Scott, and I know you're still digesting and processing what you just lived through, and we are very glad that you are safe, along with our two other reporters, Jake Rosen and Olivia Rinaldi, and the rest of the CBS team. Bob Costa is here still on set with me, and Bob, you've been reading to us the details from the former president's statement describing his injuries. What more do we know?
Well, we know that in former President Trump's inner circle tonight, there is shock. And there is also growing outrage, including from those who are potentially going to be named in the coming days to be former President Trump's running mate. A United States Senator, J.D. Vance, 39 years old, from Ohio, a Republican who is seen as one of the final candidates, a front runner to be named as Trump's running mate, said that, quote, the central premise of the Biden campaign is that former President Trump is an authoritarian fascist who must be stopped at all costs. That rhetoric led directly to President Trump's attempted assassination. I share that, Margaret, with you because this is someone who might be named in the coming days as Trump's running mate. He's a very influential United States senator. And so we're seeing tonight on a personal level, I texted with Donald Trump Jr. They're speaking with their father. He's issuing a statement on Truth Social about how he felt bullets around him. He had blood on his face. He was whisked off stage. This comes also before the Republican National Convention. That's not going to be canceled. There's no sign tonight from our reporting in Milwaukee on the ground that that's going to stop in any way. They're going to expand the perimeter, but you're seeing so many Republicans tonight. And you also see, just again, former President Trump is fine based on our conversations with his closest advisors and families. And I want to just read a part of his statement from 8:42 tonight on Truth Social. He said, nothing is known at this time about the shooter who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place. So I realized then what was happening. He closes with God bless America. And we saw him raise his hand in the air defiantly, blood on his face as he left the stage.
He is recovering from these injuries now. This was a traumatic event, no doubt, for him. But I did notice there was no call for lowering the temperature, condemning all political violence, and really trying to signal to his supporters as well not to retaliate or to have any kind of escalation here. I just am looking at these statements.
There's a belief in his inner circle that he's under siege.
I understand.
Being attacked at his rally. And so there's a lot of every text message I'm getting.
Will exactly digest it, like you're saying.
I mean, every single text message, literally every single one from Trump sources is outraged and shocked. And so that is certainly the mood inside the highest ranks of the Republican Party, speaking to CBS News tonight. You did see President Biden come out to Rehoboth, Delaware, and call the moment sick.
And we want to play that actually right now, Bob. Let's listen to the president.
I've been thoroughly briefed by all the agencies in the federal government as to the situation, based on what we know now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have engaged in making sure that the people and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to if it's not convenient for you all.
That was a statement, as you see there, from President Biden calling for calm, saying he reached out to Donald Trump himself, hopes to reach him sometime this evening to check on his competitors' well-being. We want to bring in CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe, who follows the Biden campaign very closely, but is also on the political trail right now. He's out in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ed, what do you know at this hour?
The president remains at his home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, Margaret, but the protective press pool that tracks his movements and travels with him for incidents just like what unfolded today, or the possibility of them, has not yet been cleared for the night, which means we could hear again from the president. There could be a decision made to move him back to Washington tonight. We await word on that from those traveling with him in Delaware. But in that statement, condemning the violence, calling it sick, saying it's one of the reasons we have to unite, and the fact that he said from the beginning of that statement that he's trying to speak with Trump tonight was a signal not only to Americans but to the world that at least American political leaders are trying to get in touch and unite tonight in the aftermath of this violence. A few other things to convey here and to remind people. We are in Milwaukee ahead of the Republican convention. It is set to begin on Monday with the formal nomination of Trump and his running mate, who we still don't know who that person is. It's supposed to happen Monday afternoon. There are events beginning tomorrow. This is classified already, has been for years, as a top national security event on par with inaugurations, the Super Bowl, the Democratic National Convention, and other big, large events. So there are thousands of federal, state, and local law enforcement here in this city deployed across Wisconsin. As we were flying in this afternoon, there were about a dozen or so law enforcement officers. We never quite determined for which agency, but they were flying in here as a group to deploy in assistance to the Milwaukee Police Department. In the airport, we found dozens of others from other agencies. Some appear to be from Texas, for example. There are about a dozen cities across the country who've deployed police officers, other security personnel here to help. That's standard. It's happened. There may be more in the coming days, but for now, they've been part of planning for years. We saw them riding around on bicycles earlier today, getting the lay of the land, trying to sort out their bearings. And of course, all of them under the leadership of the U.S. Secret Service, which is responsible for these kinds of events. So we await word tonight, Margaret, on whether or not we'll hear again from the president and in what form. And we should also add, in a sign of one attempt at least to address the heated rhetoric of the moment, the Biden campaign has decided to immediately begin postponing television and digital communication across the country on television, in your social media stream. It may take a few hours or days for it to all filter out. But as of now, the Biden campaign isn't spending any money reaching voters on the air, online, through text messaging. Officials here at CBS confirmed that they've received the messages, as would be standard, telling them to please cease that advertising. And so that is what will happen, unclear for how long, but a sign of at least the Biden campaign's effort to address this and take down the temperature.
Okay. You can hear Ed O'Keefe there on the street in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, ahead of the RNC getting underway. The Defense Secretary of the United States of America, Lloyd Austin, has also issued a statement condemning the violence, which has absolutely no place in our democracy. This is not the way we resolve our differences in America, and it must never be. He says he's relieved that reports indicate former President Trump is safe and he is in his prayers. I want to go to Samantha Vinograd, who is here on set with us, former Homeland Security official. Sam, you and I have been talking frequently about the concern about political violence, domestic violent extremism, and outside actors. In these very early hours, what is your analysis of what is happening and what are you hearing?
Well, my analysis is that the protection mission for the former president failed. The protection mission is typically based on intelligence and based on operational steps to ensure the protectee is safe. The problem is, Margaret, that the intelligence and law enforcement community has been warning for months, if not years, about the threat of what we call lone actors or small groups of individuals, basically individuals who are mobilized and radicalized by themselves, who really present an intelligence challenge to identify, detect, and mitigate. And that may very well be what we saw play out today. A lone actor, perhaps a small group of individuals targeting the president. And in this case, it is clear intelligence did not pick up on that threat.
Well, and the reporting so far is that the threat was neutralized, which would suggest that there isn't necessarily a reason for broader security concerns directly related to this. Is that right?
It is, but as a former operator, I'll say that at the moment, what's happening is really two concurrent investigations. One is an investigation into the perpetrator, whether he did act alone, and whether any other individuals could be inspired by his actions to copy what he did. So there's that piece of it. There's an investigation to the security failures that resulted in this incident. And then the biggest threat that officials are telling me tonight is in the form of retaliatory violence.
Sam, you're taking me to exactly what I've been underscoring and is frankly very concerning in the rhetoric we are seeing at this hour already. We are seeing some Republican lawmakers come out with statements directly drawing a line between the shooter, whose name we do not know. We do not know if he's a lone actor or was somebody else, but drawing some connection to the government. We have nothing to base that on at this hour.
At this hour, leading officials within the U.S. government still don't know what transpired. And it is frankly unpatriotic at this moment to be stoking the flames when we know that we are sitting on a cauldron of tensions. We know that tensions were already high before this incident, and the counterterrorism officials and Homeland Security officials that I've spoken to in the last few hours are deeply concerned that this event will be used as a rallying cry to launch attacks against individuals associated with the Biden campaign and lead to broader domestic distress. So right now, the goals are to investigate the incident, both the perpetrator and the security failures, as well as to try to tamp down any tensions that may arise coming out of it. Now, in this country, there is the First Amendment. And what we're seeing on Twitter, while it is First Amendment protected activity, I will say again, is unpatriotic in the sense that we know that this kind of rhetoric has a nexus to violence. We saw that on January 6th. We saw that in the attack against Nancy Pelosi's husband and multiple other instances.
An important point to make, which is not in any way to say that people shouldn't be concerned, shouldn't be angered at a security failure, but to direct it in some other kind of form of violence would also be incredibly wrong. Your former boss at Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, just issued a statement, the Homeland Security Secretary, saying, "We condemn this violence in the strongest possible terms and commend the Secret Service for their swift action today. We are engaged with President Biden, former President Trump, and their campaigns and are taking every possible measure to ensure their safety and security. Maintaining the security of the presidential candidates and their campaign events is one of our department's most vital priorities." And we did see some reports there that there was increased security around Senator J.D. Vance on that short list of potential vice presidential contenders, the junior senator from the state of Ohio as well. But it looked like those were ATF officers who were at his home based on the reporting we had earlier. Why would that happen, Sam?
Well, let me just note, I work very closely with the U.S. Secret Service. They are ideologically agnostic. Their protection mission does not depend on political party. Under U.S. law, they are legally authorized to protect the former president and his family. So any notion that this was politicized in any way, and that's what led to the security failure, I think, of course, will be investigated, but I've seen no evidence of that in my tenure at Homeland Security. The U.S. Secret Service does not currently have a mandate to protect Senator J.D. Vance. He is not the vice presidential nominee. All that will change after the convention when we have a vice president nominated. So there are other law enforcement agencies, both federal, state, and local, that have jurisdiction to enhance security around individuals when the threat environment changes. So at this time, we should understand that there are likely efforts underway to identify whose security may be most at risk in this instance, and law enforcement stepping up its posture in that regard.
You're looking at the screen right now and seeing a statement from J.D. Vance, and he said this isn't an isolated incident and that the premise of the Biden campaign is that Donald Trump is an authoritarian fascist who must be stopped at all costs. So he is directly, as I think Bob pointed out earlier, he is drawing a line between the rhetoric used on the campaign trail by the Biden campaign to the incident that happened today, perhaps implying there that it was inspiration. Others have tried to draw a more direct line. I also want to look at what our reporter, Nicole Skanga, who covers these agencies, is sending to us. She is reporting that the suspect shot at the former president and other individuals with an AR-style rifle from 200 to 300 feet away. Our earlier reporting had just been rifle. This is just a bit more detail, and it has the distance of 200 to 300 feet away, presumably from Donald Trump. But we do know it was outside the security perimeter, which is why we had this catastrophic failure of ability to protect. I'm hearing from our control room that our CBS Mornings co-host and colleague, Tony DeCopel, is also joining us now from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Tony, you know, these Republican national conventions, they are often, just like the Democratic national conventions, almost like a week-long commercial. There's pomp, there is circumstance. The tenor and the tone of everything is about to change. What are you seeing out there, Tony? I'm sure people are on edge.
Yeah, well, Margaret, I can tell you that the tenor and the tone has changed, and it changed quickly. What I have for you this evening is a small portrait of our changed America in the form of the reaction from Trump delegates and Republicans landing at Milwaukee International Airport, and right there in front of me, turning their phones on, getting calls from friends, receiving text messages, and learning the news that their candidate had an attempt on his life. And then you see the cycles and the stages of their reaction. You see anger, you see frustration, you see sadness and worry for the state of the country. And then above it and beyond all of those feelings, you have resolve, determination. They say this is not going to change what happens here in Wisconsin. And if anything, it's going to make them work harder and fight harder to see their candidate over the finishing line. What really ties what I've witnessed at the airport in the arrivals hall to your conversation with Sam Vinograd and with Ed O'Keefe and with others is that Democrats were also there in the hall. And in contrast to this morning, where the mood was light, celebratory, people were in conversation of a variety of political parties, this afternoon, this evening, as I talked to Republicans, Democrats were cutting in. They were making comments. On one occasion, we saw a woman say that this entire incident in Pennsylvania was staged. She then got into an argument with a Trump supporter who was accusing her of living in a different reality. The temperature is up. We've gone from joy, a moment of political celebration this morning, to a helter-skelter, knife-edge moment that you feel from the moment you step foot here in Milwaukee.
Tony DeCopel, we have for our viewers at this hour some eyewitness sound that we want to play for them. This eyewitness was very close to the stage and former President Trump when the shooting began. Let's listen.
I was about 5 feet away from him. Like, I was within, like, sight distance. Like, I was so close. And all of a sudden, I just hear these 4 shots, and everybody's screaming, drop. And you can see the blood, like, splatter on his face, and the Secret Service just barricades him. And, you know, it was just, like, so scary.
Okay, that was one of the eyewitnesses. The control room is telling me that one of our contributors here at CBS is joining us, I think, by phone. At CBS News consultant and former deputy director of the Secret Service, A.T. Smith. A.T., I know you've been following the latest reporting here as well. Our Nicole Skanga says that the shooter was about 200 to 300 feet away using an AR-style rifle. Does that sound right to you in terms of the kind of the firing of the bullets didn't sound very rapid? You had one eyewitness tell us, no, it sounded like a 22. What does this description of the weapon allegedly used here indicate to you?
Yes, I think probably it was 200 to 300 yards instead of feet. 200 to 300 yards. Yeah, it sounds like that, you know, this individual was at least that far away, and an AR-style rifle can obviously hit a target or make that sort of a shot from that distance. Usually from that distance, you know, there would be optics involved, like a scope, and, you know, usually a more accurate shot would be something like a high-powered rifle, like you think in terms of a deer rifle or something like a 30-06 or a 223, but it's still obviously too early to make those sorts of calls, but clearly an AR type rifle from that distance, as long as he had, you know, the visual, you know, has the ability to strike a target. Now, obviously, you know, it's still undetermined how many rounds were fired, but the answer to your question on that one is yes, it could actually do that.
So the audio, when you hear that tape playback, and that's what we're going by, it didn't sound like a high-powered rifle, but you are saying at a distance of 200 to 300 yards, you would be able to take a shot like that and do so undetected by Secret Service?
Well, that is the part that, you know, will obviously have to become clear in the investigation. And, you know, my understanding is this individual was killed by the counter sniper team or the counter sniper agents there. The unknown is exactly what happened there. Did they not see him, or, you know, was there some visual obstruction? All of that will have to be looked at. But the reason that, you know, you have a counter sniper team in place is for this type of a situation where you have a lone long-range gunman. And if in fact that was the case, they obviously did take him out. But again, it certainly wasn't soon enough.
Well, if I'm looking at the log here of events that our producers did, just playing back the tape, it looks like at 6:11, the first Secret Service officer rushed in, and then at 6:12, we hear people yelling, "Shooters down." So what would that indicate to you about just how obvious a position this individual was in? And how is it that if they could act that quickly, that they didn't know ahead of time that there was that kind of vulnerability?
I can't really answer that. That's, again, something that will have to come out. But that's part of their responsibility, is to be, panning the area, if you will. I mean, they have long-range binoculars, long-range rifles themselves. And, maybe the individual was just camouflaged in such a way that he wasn't able to be seen until he started firing. So there is a number of questions that need to be answered, I guess, before we can say that. But by the same token, you did see that the Secret Service agents reacted in the way that they're trained every way to do, in terms of, covering the protectee. They clearly checked him medically. That's why they didn't leave the stage any quicker than they did, to make sure that, there was not other injuries that they would exacerbate by pulling him off stage. And you clearly saw the counter assault team, which is a different team, get into place, and they're covering those agents while they're taking care of the former president, and then ultimately got him to the armored limousine.
And in a situation like this, what is the security protocol for other high-value, potential high-value targets, frankly, other high-ranking former or current officials? What's happening around the country right now, both to members of the elected leaders' families, but also lawmakers themselves?
Well, all of the security around anyone with protection is going to be enhanced, I think, over the next few hours, simply because of this, because you want to find out if there's more than a lone gunman situation here, if you have, multiple individuals. So a lot of that will have to be assessed over a period of hours or days with the intelligence. But I can assure you that all of the protection around protectees, whether it's Secret Service protectees, Capitol Hill with, members of Congress, that is all being increased as we speak. And I think, obviously, it's already become pretty obvious from the other reporting, Major Garrett and so forth, about Milwaukee and how heightened that has become in the last few hours. So everything will be increased. There's no doubt in the coming hours and, for the coming week, particularly with the convention.
Just based on these initial details and the forensics so far, is it your assessment that this was a skilled shooter, someone who had gone through training?
It's hard to say what sort of training he may have had, but certainly, someone didn't just go out and buy a rifle of this type this afternoon. My guess would be, and it's simply a guess, that it is someone who had, developed some sort of a skill set, had probably practiced, gone to a range, and, all of that will be figured out later on. But to have this kind of an incident, to take this kind of a shot from this kind of distance, would indicate to me that it's somebody that's very familiar with the firearm.
Mm-hmm. And we know that the ATF is trying to run forensics on all those details of the weapon with an urgent trace at this hour. Thank you for your analysis. It is because it's coming up on 9:30 right now. We want to just remind you of what we do know at this hour. It is 9:30 on the East Coast, 6:30 on the West. And we are in continuous breaking news because of the significance of the events of the past few hours. You are seeing here Donald Trump, who was injured in a shooting as his campaign rally was underway in the key swing state of Pennsylvania, battleground state. The former president said tonight in a statement on social media that he is okay, but that he was, quote, shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. Sources tell CBS News that this is being investigated by the Secret Service. The Secret Service has confirmed that they are working with the FBI and treating this as an attempted assassination of a candidate. The shooter who carried out this attack was shot and killed by the Secret Service. And we know that sources are telling CBS News that the gunman was on a shed using an AR-style rifle when these multiple shots were fired. And as you can see there, Donald Trump standing up, defiantly raising his arm. He mouthed what looked like the word fight as he was able to walk off the stage with the help of all those agents who are surrounding him and helping him get carried off. But you can see there that trickle of red behind his right ear. And that is where the injury we just described to you apparently took place. We want to go now to CBS News political campaign reporter Olivia Rinaldi, who was also at that rally, and she recorded this video of the shooting.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Yes, don't. Okay.
I think you can hear that voice there on the tape. You can't see her, but I believe that is Olivia taking cover herself with our Scott McFarland and rest of the CBS team as those shots were fired in Pennsylvania today. And she joins us now live from Butler, Pennsylvania. Olivia, can you tell us what that moment was like? What was happening? Was there a sense in the moment of the gravity of what was underway?
Yeah, Margaret, that was my voice on that video. I think you can hear how terrified it was being there during that moment. And we were towards the front of the stage, you know, expecting Trump to make a different sort of announcement tonight. I was anticipating perhaps a vice presidential announcement. When all of a sudden he was talking about immigration, we just heard shot, shot, shot. I don't remember who. It was one of my colleagues dragged me down, brought me down to the floor, and I just started filming. And I noticed other people down on the ground. I tried to pop up a few times. They pulled me back down, said, stay down here. And you could just hear the screams and the panic of people, and it was extremely terrifying. I got back up when you could see Trump at the end, you know, raising his fist and really invigorating the crowd. You kind of see what you were saying earlier, where he kind of mouthed fight as he was being pulled off the stage. And in the moments after that, it was just pure pandemonium. People were forced to stay as the motorcade was leaving, which is normal when a principal is leaving an event site. Usually everyone has to stay in place while Secret Service handles that. But then it was just kind of chaos. Secret Service was telling people to leave, and I looked over at the bleachers to the left of Donald Trump, and there you could see blood on the bleachers, and you could also see water bottles and T-shirts strewn about, but there was a lot of blood over there, and I could see police unfolding yellow crime scene tape as that was happening. So a lot of terrible imagery today that is surely going to stick with a lot of people who were at this rally, Margaret.
No doubt, Olivia, and we are just so glad that you are safe and able to recount for us what you witnessed. We know from the Secret Service that there were 2 people who were critically injured, in addition to the single death of an attendee. Olivia, you said you saw a lot of blood there on the bleachers. Did you see who those individuals were who were injured?
Yes, we could see one individual, one man who, after the melee and the pandemonium, appeared to be, you know, taken by several individuals, carried off of that area on the bleachers. My colleague, Jake Rosen, even spoke to an ER doctor who was there next to him on those bleachers and was helping out. And he said that this man suffered a head injury and that there was brain matter on the ground. And this man tried to administer CPR and subsequently, ultimately, he passed away, sadly, this evening. And you can still hear, besides me, a lot of helicopters around this area as more police have been searching the area, canvassing, just making sure that there's nothing still going on here. But very terrible day. We did see people running away, some people with blood on their bodies. Just a lot of imagery coming out of this, Margaret.
Olivia Rinaldi, thank you for being there. And a reminder that you can be just doing your job. You can be just out there supporting the candidate you like, and this kind of violence, this kind of gun violence is possible, Bob.
And we've been talking a lot about Milwaukee, Wisconsin, because that's the site, Margaret, of where the Republican National Convention will open on Monday. And we have been lucky, in a sense, in the United States to not have to deal with constant political violence in the way people in the past have with presidential campaigns. But if you look back at history, it was October 14th, 1912. Then candidate Teddy Roosevelt campaigning for the presidency in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. An infamous assassination attempt struck in his chest. It hits a copy of his speech. Teddy Roosevelt survives. He continues to give his speech. And as CBS News data journalism has found, of the 45 individuals serving as president, 13, or about 29%, have been subject to actual or attempted assassination attempts. 4 presidents, Lincoln, Garfield, McKinley, and John F. Kennedy, of course, were killed in assassination attempts.
And thank you for the context, Bob. And I just want to say we are showing you this video on repeat because these events just happened. But we want to make clear that this is something we are reporting to you as a historic event as it unfolds. But we are very mindful that this kind of event can inspire violence. It can inspire retaliation. And we want no part of that, Sam. But you were just explaining to us that this Secret Service detail extends not just to the president and the candidate, but to their family members at this hour.
Certainly. I want to note, Margaret, it's important that we message domestically that political violence has no home and try to mitigate any follow-on retaliatory action. But there's also a signal being sent to the world right now, which security professionals are likely keeping in mind, which is that the likely Republican nominee for president, was not adequately protected. And that does expose a vulnerability to the world. At the same time, President Biden is very focused on messaging publicly that political violence has no home here because the world is watching. And so there's that audience as well. Now, I do think that we are learning that operators behind the scenes are working to get the identifiers or the biographic information on this individual to try to ascertain who he was and what motivated him. There's already rhetoric on social media assigning blame for what happened. We don't know yet who this individual was. The Secret Service does have, relatively speaking, a limited protection mission under U.S. law. It's for the current president and vice president, and then the former president and his family members, and then the nominee for president and nominee for vice president. Beyond that, there are a range of potential targets that could be at enhanced risk in light of what happened tonight. So behind the scenes, I am learning that individuals are speaking with not just the Secret Service, but other law enforcement officials who have protection missions at the Department of Justice, U.S. Capitol Police, and of course, state and local officials who are protecting individuals in their jurisdiction. So there's a coordinated intelligence and law enforcement effort right now to ensure that additional protectees have the resources that they need to hopefully stay safe.
And we know that a lot of those were enhanced after the violence of January 6th and the political violence of concern due to threats against lawmakers. You were, Sam, raising the risk on a global scale that this image of the former president, the Republican nominee, not being adequately protected by U.S. law enforcement. To your point on the global amplification here of this, it is the BBC, our partners out of the UK, who were reporting earlier today and spoke with a witness who says that he saw the gunman on a roof minutes before the shots were fired. And I want to play that sound for you now.
We noticed the guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police are like, huh, what? Like they didn't know what was going on. We're like, hey, right here on the roof, we can see him from right here. We see him. He's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2-3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%.
That was an eyewitness there on the ground, his account being shared with our partners at the BBC, that being amplified, that exact message being amplified around the world, that at the very high-profile political event in Pennsylvania today, an event that Donald Trump himself tried to draw attention to, saying he had big news to announce, that an individual there saw a man with a rifle go into position. He told the BBC he tried to bring that to the attention of law enforcement on the ground. He referred to them as police, not exactly sure whether he meant local police or Secret Service, but he said there was a failure to act as he saw a clear threat, at least in his view. I just want to update our viewers that Donald Trump has left the hospital that he had initially been taken to, Butler Memorial Hospital in Pennsylvania. And our CBS reporters are saying that it's not clear where he is headed next. I'm sure they don't want to detail a lot of his movements at this hour for understandable security reasons, but that he had been planning to go back to his home in New Jersey and then on to Milwaukee for this massive political event that will be gripping all of us throughout the week, the Republican National Convention. Our CBS News reporter Nicole Skenga is on the phone. Nicole, I know you, along with so many of our colleagues, are just trying to get hold of anyone with insight into what is happening with the investigation at this hour. Have you learned anything?
Yes, Margaret, the suspect was using an AR-15 style rifle, shooting from about 200 to 300 feet away, according to multiple federal law enforcement officials. Multiple rounds were fired. We're still working to confirm an exact number, but that weapon explains the sporadic nature of the bullet spray. AR-15 style weapons are not known for their accuracy. We know the suspect was on a shed, an elevated platform outside of the Secret Service perimeter. Secret Service also confirming that. Right now, law enforcement still trying to determine whether or not it was debris from the teleprompter, from the protective glass surrounding the former president. But there is, of course, evidence he was cut in the face, lacerations to his ear. Not much known about the suspect at this time. Investigators working to confirm that he was working alone, working to confirm his biographic information. As Sam mentioned earlier, a male suspect. They're still gathering more. You mentioned the former president has left the hospital right now. Secret Service has already added more manpower to his detail, bolstering the security footprint to him and all other U.S. Secret Service protectees. That means not just the former president, but his family, the president, the vice president, White House officials. As a standard operating procedure, right now, Secret Service also leading efforts to expand the perimeter of the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. They're already doing that, moving guardrails around the convention space, creating a larger buffer zone around the events of next week.
And we know, Nicole, that the Trump campaign has issued a statement saying they will go on and proceed with the Republican convention. No change, not dissuading the 45th president from going to seek and to go to that rally, to the convention that gets underway in Milwaukee. Nicole, what do you know about what happens now to analyze the bullets and the weapons and to trace them to whomever the shooter is? Do we have any indication at this hour, anything about the intent of the shooter or the motivations of the shooter?
Investigators are working right now, Margaret, to try to get a better sense of whether or not the suspect had any prior criminal history, whether or not there was any known motivation, if he was working with other individuals or working alone. At this time, they are still working through that information, trying to collect all evidence. Quite frankly, rare that we have not received that information yet, but officials trying to make sure they get this right. You mentioned the Republican National Convention. We should point out that it is already it has the highest security designation of any event with federal law enforcement coordination, Tier 1, but you can expect just the manpower unlike any convention before. At least 24 states and the District of Columbia are sending officers to the RNC. More officers could be coming, I'm told, as a result of today's events. And of course, the Secret Service, the leading coordinating agency for that event, and working right now with the FBI leading the investigation into the suspect.
All right. Thank you very much. Nicole, AT, I believe you are on the phone. You are former Secret Service. I think what was your title there? And had you ever been through anything like this when you were serving?
Well, I was deputy director when I retired, but no, I've not been through an active event quite like this. I pointed out earlier, though, this is what the Secret Service trains for almost every day, and particularly the details around the president and former presidents. And so what you saw on the stage there today was the Secret Service agents reacting in the way that they're trained. They cover and eventually evacuate the protectee after they, make a determination of his sort of medical condition. And as to the shooter, I guess we will just have to see what the investigation brings out about the distance, the kind of weapon that he had for sure. But, if in fact he had an AR-15 style weapon, it's certainly, capable of making shots from that distance.
AT, bullets travel faster than sound, as my colleagues are pointing out to me. If you've heard that tape, what does the difference there between the crack and the thump indicate to you? We've been describing it as an AR-style rifle. Does anything in the cadence of that indicate something to you that we should be aware of?
No, nothing more than, what you have reported. That's what it sounds like. And, again, you'll hear the shot, and then, of course, it does. It travels faster than sound. So, it is what it is. And, again, they'll make that determination as to the exact kind of weapon that it was, but it does sound like that's what it was. Certainly from that distance, there's other possibilities, a longer range rifle like a 30-06 or a 223, but it sounds to me like it's the AR-15 style.
And how quickly will we know from the ATF any of the details? I know they're doing expedited trace and looking for any kind of forensics. How long will it take?
Well, this will obviously be a priority at the top of the list. They will, bar nothing to get to the end of this. It will take a little time. They will have to do some laboratory analysis. The ATF will probably be able to, very quickly trace the origin of the weapon, possibly the ammunition, possibly the person who purchased it. And then all of that will, coalesce around who this individual is. In this kind of a situation where you have an assassination attempt, the FBI technically under the law will be the lead agency. But as you said, the ATF is assisting and the Secret Service will assist and eventually, do their own internal investigation.
AT, we know law enforcement must know who the shooter is by this hour. They took him out. He was neutralized as a threat. What are they doing right now to try to understand more about him?
They'll begin to look at him since they know who he is. They will look at, anything related to social media. Was he active there? Did he make any sorts of threats, either direct or veiled? Who are his associates? Who are his family members? They're going to have to interview all of those folks to find out, whether or not this individual, had sort of an outspoken criticism of either way, either protectee, for instance. So they will have to run all of that to ground, do the interviews on a personal level. But, the big thing, obviously, these days is social media to find out what he may have been, not just posting, but get into his electronic devices and so forth to see what he might have been looking at. So all of that will come vis-a-vis the investigation, and that will take a little time, but they'll eventually get it and get to the bottom of it.
Okay. A.T. Smith there giving us some expert analysis of what he knows at this point. Sam Vinograd, just to go back to you on one point, I was just texting with a former Trump official about the dark moment that we are seeing play out for our country, for our democracy, for the world, really. And this individual was echoing what you were gesturing to, which is that at a moment like this around the world, America's adversaries are looking at this, and that aggressors could choose to get more aggressive because of these kind of vulnerabilities. So I have to imagine at this hour, it is not just domestic threats that are being considered by all of intelligence and U.S. law enforcement?
Well, we know that foreign actors are trying to spread divisions in this country. The Department of Homeland Security, or excuse me, the intelligence community put out an assessment just last week that Russia, China, and Iran are involved in election influence and, again, trying to deepen divisions in this country and undermine democratic institutions.
By using our own rhetoric.
By using our own rhetoric and targeting specific demographics. So we should assume, as we're all reading social media and on Twitter, that information is being manipulated in this moment because it is such a complex time for this country. And at the same time, the notion that the United States is more vulnerable tonight at 9:51 p.m. than we were at 6:11 p.m. is astoundingly true. The Republican nominee for president was not adequately protected by the U.S. Secret Service. And we also have, of course, the President Biden's reputation following the debate, which has been on the line. So overall, this is a very vulnerable moment for our country. And law enforcement resources are being redirected, of course, right now to meet this particular threat. And so it is a difficult time from a security perspective. We have the convention in Milwaukee, which was already a national special security event. More resources are being directed there and for other potential targets coming out of tonight's episode.
And we should say at this hour, we have no reason to believe there is an ongoing threat here in the United States. But we also don't know much about who the shooter was.
Well, I'll just say, Margaret, we don't know that there are other threats associated with this incident. Every official I have spoken to has said that there are threats associated with retaliatory action associated with this event. And so they are deeply concerned about the tense moment this presents for this country and potential retaliatory or copycat violence.
Bob Costa, you had some new information?
Yes, earlier in the evening, we were on the phone briefly with Congressman Mike Kelly of Pennsylvania, an eyewitness who was there on stage. I believe Congressman Mike Kelly is with us on the phone. Congressman?
Yes, Bob, I'm here.
Congressman, we spoke for a few minutes earlier. We appreciated your time. Walk us through the exact moment you heard a popping sound, where you were standing in relation to former President Trump, exactly what happened. We heard from David McCormick, who was sitting in the first row. Where were you? What exactly did you see?
I was actually sitting in the first row, about one chair down from Dave McCormick, and we were probably 50, 60 away from the podium where President Trump was speaking. It was just all I could see. I was watching the president talk. He made a comment about something about this thing about people being all upset about MAGA. He said, making America great again shouldn't bother anybody. That doesn't make sense. Then all of a sudden I hear this series of pops, and I see the president go down, and I heard people behind me yelling, and about 10 rows up, 12 rows up from where we were sitting, we saw people kind of scattering, and they had blood on their shirts. And the next thing I know, the security men had surrounded President Trump. They were getting him off the stage. There was another group of security that had rushed up into the stands, up into the bleachers. They were carrying somebody out. I watched President Trump, and my eyes were back to President Trump, and I saw him hold up his hand to let everybody know I'm all right. But you watch it was so surreal because we were at the Butler Farm Show ground. This is a place where children show off, the 4-H kids show off the animals that they've been raising. They have baked goods that they have contests for that. They have it's such an agriculture community and such a base community, and on such a beautiful day where people showed up just to celebrate the fact that we can gather as a group and we can celebrate who it is we are as Americans. We're cooking food. They were playing music. They were playing cornhole, and it was just a fun day. And I would guesstimate the crowd was somewhere close to 30,000. But whenever that series of gunshots go off, everybody just hit the ground. And the security people would get down, 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 everybody down, everybody down. Well, my wife was there with 3 of our grandchildren. My brother's grandchildren were there. And it was just so shocking. I wasn't ripping right away. My thoughts were, where are my kids?
Yeah.
Where are they? Are they safe? And I couldn't locate them. But then the security started moving everybody off the ground and away from where the stage was. And it was just one of those things. People were leaving. There was just this sense of what in the world is going on. This is absolutely not who we are as Americans. Keep in mind, on the farm show ground where people celebrate the summer and the 4-H kids show their animals off, and it's just one of those things that is as much of old America as you could possibly want, an America that unfortunately is disappearing before our eyes.
Congressman, what are you hearing? You are close to former President Trump. You were with his key allies on the ground in Butler, Pennsylvania. What have you talked about? Who have you spoken with in the aftermath? What are you hearing? Things you know are for sure facts. What can you share about the aftermath of this event?
Well, you know what? I have not talked with the president. I mean, talked to him moments before this happened, but I don't know. I think I'm like everybody else. I'm trying to figure out how this happened. I'm trying to figure out how far we have sunk as a nation, and where there is little regard for life. When there's an attempted assassination of a political candidate, it's like, no, that's not what we do in America. We go out and we vote, and then we vote for whomever we want. But if we don't like the other person that we don't like, who's running for office, you don't kill them. You just don't vote for them. This has become too bizarre for me. I think for my grandchildren, it's going to be something they're going to have to kind of look at. As we were sitting, we got them back off the grounds, and we were sitting on my brother's porch, and they were trying to figure out. He's like, "Grandpa, why would anybody do that, Grandpa? That doesn't make sense, Grandpa. Is the president okay, Grandpa?" And they were asking all these questions. I said, "Kids, I don't know. But tomorrow morning, let's go to Mass and let's pray, not just for the President of the United States, let's pray for the United States itself. There is something wrong in America today, and we have got to fix it now."
Congressman, I really appreciate that sentiment that you are sharing, and I can only imagine it was in such stark relief when you had your grandchildren there with you. That is terrifying, and I'm very glad to hear that they are okay. A lot depends in this country on the next steps. And I wonder what your message is to everyone in this country, all your fellow lawmakers, in terms of the rhetoric and the word choice they make to describe what happened. I know you talked about this as an assassination attempt, which is what we are reporting it was. But just to be clear, you are not in any way insinuating that this was linked to the United States government as an actor. Are you?
No. But I witnessed this before in 2017 when our Republican baseball team was practicing for a baseball game to raise money for charity, and our current leader, Steve Scalise, a shooter showed up at that morning baseball practice and shot up the Republican baseball team. What you start to wonder, and the only thing I can go on is my childhood. Mother and a dad who raised us. We were faith-based people. We believed what we believed, and we believed it was right, and we believed the United States was far and away the best country to live in. And now I look at what's happening, and I said, you can't possibly turn your head away from 1.5 million men and women in uniform that have allowed us to continue to practice this incredible representative republic that we participate in as citizens. When we become too casual about life, when we become too casual about what role the United States plays, when we've just become too casual about the basic belief system that we have, then that's the very anchor, that's the foundation that America was built on. We've got to get back to those standards, and we've got to say at this point, it's up to all of us. It's not Republicans, it's not the Democrats, it's not the independents, it's the American people. We've got to wake up and look at what we're losing, the greatest nation the world has ever known, and we're allowing ourselves to go down a different pathway. We can fix it, but we have to fix it internally, and we have to be sincere when we say we're going to fix it.
Congressman, I think your words will resonate with a lot of people who see these events unfold and worry about their families, about their safety, about what will happen next in our politics. These moments of violence are incredibly rare, and they should never happen. And all of us around this country should be concerned about that and the 45th president as he recovers from his injuries. Donald Trump says he was injured and shot in the ear. We know he has left the hospital and that he is recovering, thankfully, but there are others who did not survive.
Yes. Yeah, and I don't know the injuries. We've heard certain injury replays, but I think about the president when I saw the wound. That's fractions of an inch away from killing him.
Yeah.
But somehow, through an act of God, he's gonna survive it. We're going to go to a convention this week up in Milwaukee, and we're going to talk. We're going to nominate our president for the party. But folks, I mean this sincerely.
Yeah.
We've got to get away from where we are today and back to where the founding fathers, what we intended for this country. This has always been the beacon of hope and freedom and faith in the world. We cannot turn our back on that and say, well, this is okay. This is the way it is today. Don't accept it. It's not the way it is today. We can change it, but we all have to put our shoulder to the wheel on this one.
Congressman, amen. I think all of us agree with you, and all of us here will be choosing our words very carefully in the coming hours. And we should be on that as well. It is 10 o'clock in the East, 7 in the West. And if you are just joining us on CBS News, we are reporting for you the developing story around what happened around 6 p.m. Eastern time today. The former president of the United States and presumptive Republican nominee, we know, is now safe, though he was injured in that shooting you just saw that happened at a rally in Pennsylvania. After that, as you can see, he was able to stand up. He was carried off with support of some Secret Service detail. He was rushed to a hospital, and we know now that he has since left that hospital, and he intends to follow through with all of the political events of the week ahead on to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where the Republican National Convention will get underway. We should tell you that when it comes to the attacker, the shooter was shot and killed by a Secret Service counter-assault team. The Secret Service publicly announced that and said that the shooter, who used a rifle, was outside of the security perimeter, meaning outside the area that they were actively protecting. And that shooter was perched on top of a shed, an elevated structure. A rally attendee, we know, has been killed. The Secret Service also reported that 2 individuals who were attending were critically injured. We keep all of them in our thoughts at this moment. And now our Scott McFarland, who was covering the rally for CBS News, is joining us again. And Scott, you and our CBS colleagues were there. We're so grateful that you all are safe. Have you been able to leave the area? Is it still on security lockdown?
It's still locked down. We're about half a football field away from the perimeter of these fairgrounds. We're in a parking lot, in fact, and we've been here for a few hours now. The last of the rally goers have just left. There was a long line of cars going through a very slow exit from this complex, likely being screened. But law enforcement keeps arriving, Margaret. We keep seeing people arrive, some by helicopter, some by vehicle, as they have now put dozens, if not hundreds, of bodies to work inside that space, either looking for evidence or looking to note what happened inside, including the shooting of a former president. Shooting of a former president is hard to say out loud because this was supposed to be the safest place to be in Pennsylvania today, a Secret Service protected rally where everybody on site had to go through a magnetometer. Everybody on site had to have their bags checked and get wanded. Everybody on site had to get here early to go through those protocols. And somebody who was on the elevated rafters when the shooting happened, you can't unhear those bullets. And we had a terrible view of women and children screaming and colliding with each other looking for cover. And it was very hard to find cover here. It was an open rally. There were some chairs, but everybody was just standing boxed in, some of them face planted into the grass. We were fortunate enough to have those press rafters to duck beneath. But it's a nauseating and horrific feeling that thousands of Americans suffered at a place they thought was going to be uniquely, if not historically, safe, Margaret.
Well, the security protocols typically are quite stringent, and I'm sure they will be even more so after this massive breach of security underway. Scott, take care of yourself, please, and take care of our colleagues there as well. Our fellow journalists, I know, have become targets in many ways of hateful rhetoric at some of these rallies. You told us earlier that was one of the initial reactions by some of the people there, was to turn and yell at journalists like you.
I'd say a few dozen approached the barricades that separated us, low barricades that separated us, were cursing at us, gesturing at us, blaming us, saying this was your fault, this is your fault. When the former president jumped up and pumped his fist, it seemed to ground some of the crowd a bit. but not everybody. But I want to share this anecdote again because it's important. When you come to a Trump rally in your media, you're going to get heckled by some of the people in the crowd. A couple of the people in the crowd who I saw doing it earlier in the day came to check on us after. A terrible way to unify, but we put aside the politics. This was a terrible moment everybody here shared. And I got to tell you, Margaret, I saw kids in every corner of this rally. It's a weekend. We're on a farm. It's Butler County, Pennsylvania. This was a family event. And those kids saw something no kid should ever see.
No, and those poor children, what their parents are doing tonight to try to explain to them what they just lived through when they went to a political rally. Scott McFarland, please take care of yourself. And, you know, Bob, in our conversation earlier when you were explaining to us what the former president said to describe his injuries, when he described what he said, he was hit by a bullet in his ear. I pointed out that he didn't call for his supporters to take a breath and step back. And the reason I made that comment, it's not that it's without empathy or concern. I think we all have great concern about our candidates, their health, their safety, but it is to say the concern about the heightened threat level, the fact that Americans are on edge, exactly what Congressman Kelly was saying in our phoner. He said, everyone take a breath, and that we have to be responsible for protecting our democracy, and that the words we use, the rhetoric we use is part of that.
Well, there is a lot of anger still on the Trump side tonight. Chris LaCivita, Trump's top campaign advisor, just put on social media that he wants people to be held accountable. But he said, to your point, Margaret, in his view, quote, the best way is through the ballot box, Let us go back to what the latest statement from former President Donald Trump was made at 8:42 p.m. tonight. Minutes before that, I heard from Donald Trump Jr. He said his father is fine. Then his father posted this. I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I wanted to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. That is his statement here. And he also adds, I knew immediately that something was wrong and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. He ends with God bless America. That's the latest statement from former President Donald Trump. CBS News has confirmed he has left the hospital within the past hour or so in Butler, Pennsylvania, near the site of the rally. He has issued that statement. His son, Donald Trump Jr., said he is speaking to people on the phone, that his father is, quote, fine. And at this point, that is the latest from the Trump camp. But there is outrage among so many Republicans tonight about this permeating social media.
Yes, do yourself a favor and don't look at social media.
Well, it's a reflection of where we are, though.
It is.
Days before the convention, we live in a politically charged moment. I can remember, Margaret, just weeks ago, I was covering former President Donald Trump's criminal rally in New York. Someone lit themselves on fire, just steps from the CBS News camera. We live in this incendiary time, literally and figuratively. It's so unfortunate in our politics, but it is the reality of what we're covering. There was an attack, a shooting of the presumptive Republican nominee, a former president of the United States, and we've seen an outpouring of support from former presidents. And President Biden himself called this a sick moment in America.
And we want to play for everyone listening here a statement made a few hours ago by President Biden when he addressed the country from the Rehoboth Police Department after he was given a briefing on the situation regarding his political rival. Let's listen to his statement.
I've been thoroughly briefed by all the agencies in the federal government as to the situation, based on what we know now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have engaged in making sure that the people and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to if it's not convenient for you all.
That was President Biden explaining that he had tried to reach out to Donald Trump, will continue to do so to check on whether he is okay following what is clearly a traumatic event, having been shot at that rally. He has left the hospital. We know Donald Trump has issued a statement to that effect, reassuring his supporters that he will carry on with his campaign and the political events over the coming days that are expected in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Let's bring in CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe, who is out in Milwaukee. Ed, what can you tell us at this hour?
Margaret, a handful of things that we should convey. First of all, the White House tells us now President Biden is going back from his Rehoboth Beach home to the White House tonight. We still don't know whether he might try to address the nation again tonight, as he suggested earlier. We're waiting to hear about that. He was in his Saturday evening mass, as he often attends when he's in Rehoboth Beach, when the Trump incident occurred, and was briefed by his top Homeland Security officials and his chief of staff after mass, and told them that he wanted to address the nation and the world as quickly as he could to convey that message that you just saw. But as you said, we don't know yet whether the current and former presidents have spoken to each other. But the fact that the president said he wanted to was designed to signal to the country and the world that at least he is trying to maintain order and ensure that the temperature stays down. The other thing that his campaign at least has done tonight is suspend all what they called outward communication. That includes television advertising, digital advertising, radio advertising. Tens of millions of dollars of it has now been set aside. As for the situation here in Milwaukee tonight, we've been reporting that the security presence is expected to intensify and expand in the coming hours. CBS's Nicole Scanga reporting from her sources that there will be more of a law enforcement presence here on top of the tens of thousands of federal, state, and local personnel who've been deployed to this city to protect convention goers and the former president. It's a situation being led by the U.S. Secret Service. It's considered a top national security event, just like a presidential inauguration or the Super Bowl, and it will be intensified, we're told, in the coming hours. We don't know yet specifically what that is. One top state official telling me tonight that the Secret Service, again, is responsible for all this, but, quote, surely there will be changes. As for the convention, the show will go on. The Republican National Committee and the Trump campaign in the last hour issuing a statement that reads in part, quote, President Trump looks forward to joining you all in Milwaukee as we proceed with our convention to nominate him to serve as the 47th President of the United States. As our party's nominee, President Trump will continue to share his vision to make America great again. Important to point out, this Butler, Pennsylvania event tonight was seen as a potential spot for him to signal, hint, potentially announce who his running mate would be. That didn't happen. We still need to know who that is, because Monday afternoon, the Republican National Committee is set to formally nominate Trump, and he is to announce and have his running mate announced and nominated as well. So a critical 48 hours in American politics yet to come as we learn the name of the fourth participant, in essence, one of the top four participants in this ongoing presidential race. And to that end, Margaret, we will continue to monitor the situation here. Convention goers aware of this, obviously quite disturbed by it, but the resolve appears to be to continue on.
Ed O'Keefe reporting there in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And we don't have any detail at this hour as to the shooter, who he was, where he had obtained this weapon, how he was able to, as eyewitnesses described, get himself carrying that weapon on top of an elevated position to then take shots shots that successfully at least nicked, if not went through the ear of the Republican nominee or expected nominee, along with other individuals. Two people critically injured, and one who lost his life in addition to the shooter. And, you know, I'm looking at the research done by our data journalism team here at CBS News, looking at these active shooting incidents. The last time that these happened, an active shooting incident at a political event, were also in open air spaces like this one in Pennsylvania. One of them, the 2011 shooting of Representative Gabby Giffords at a supermarket parking lot in Arizona. And then in 2017, the shooting of then Congressman Steve Scalise at a congressional baseball game practice in Virginia. Scalise, now part of the very top of House Republican Party. And we have joining us by phone now the former Speaker of the Republican House of Representatives at that time, Kevin McCarthy, who joins us by phone. Congressman, this is such a troubling moment for our country to see an attempted assassination like this in the heat of a political campaign 4 months out from the election. I wonder what your message is to your Republican colleagues and to the country at this hour.
Well, my first are to the prayers to the family that have lost lives and to the president. The challenge that we have is the rhetoric that has continued to rise in this country. We all I think, need to take a very deep breath to be able to work forward here. I've been able to speak to the president's son and to the staff who was with the president going back to the plane. I know the fear that they had looking through that and watching the President Trump himself get shot, but how strong he was going through what he's going through today.
What have you learned, former Speaker McCarthy, about what's happening in former President Trump's inner circle tonight? We've heard from Donald Trump Jr. What did he tell you? What are you hearing from his top campaign advisors? You are as plugged in as any Republican I know. Please help us understand what is going on within the inner circle of the presumptive nominee at this exact time tonight.
Well, with his son was back in Florida, is actually on a boat when he was told, but he's able to talk to his father very quickly. I've talked to some staff that were right next to the president, was with him in the hospital, in the car driving back. The president is, if you can only imagine going through this, but the strength that this man has gone through his entire life, and to be sitting on stage and watch that, a lot of their thoughts and prayers are with the family of who came to the rally, lost their lives, and was injured. We're now hearing a colleague, Congressman Ronnie Jackson's nephew, is one individual who was wounded and shot in the neck, scraped him, was at the rally as well.
That is the congressman and former White House physician, Ronnie Jackson. You were saying his nephew. You know this is true? You know this?
Yes, Ronnie has put this out forward that his nephew was there at the rally, back behind the tent, and was wounded in it, in the incident. I spoke to a couple congressmen who were there, who just maybe 30 feet back, and one of the incidents of a lady being wounded was just right behind them, was shot. The number of bullets they heard going through, you could hear from their voices the concern. But, here's the President Trump who's been shot, and his concern has really been with those at the rally who were injured. And his thanks was to the Secret Service, to the work that they have done, the protection that they have provided. He is actually dealing with this much calmer than I imagine others that can go through it. But his real concern is with those who were injured at the rally itself.
Do you believe, former Speaker McCarthy, there will still be outdoor rallies in this campaign for the rest of 2024?
The Secret Service probably will have a big say in that. But it's the one thing, knowing President Trump, he loves to be with the people, and anything the president does, there's such large crowds. I don't know how you go about doing it without having it, but maybe I know there'll be heightened security going forward. There just has to be.
Do you think this delays the vice presidential selection or the convention in any way?
Knowing President Trump, no, not at all. I mean, I know that just talking to him the other day, he's going down to the very final portion here of making that decision. But knowing the president, this will only be more invigorated to make sure to not let a sick person like this win in any shape or form, and to show the country that we can come together. We've got to, in this nation, to respect one another's opinion. If somebody has a different opinion of yours, does not mean they're less American. You need to respect different opinion. That's what democracy is about. And to see a tragic situation like this, you look back at American history in the 60s and others, we do not want to repeat from that. We're supposed to be a more perfect union, to strive to be better. And I hope people take this moment in time of the attack on President Trump's life to actually dial down the rhetoric and really start respecting one another's differences of opinion.
Former Speaker Kevin McCarthy, we couldn't agree with that sentiment more. We need to show more respect and be able to have civil conversations. There is no place for political violence, period. I do want to note at this hour that the FBI has issued a formal statement now saying that they have taken over from the Secret Service and are now the lead federal law enforcement agency investigating this incident involving former President Donald Trump. Earlier today in Butler, Pennsylvania, special agents of the FBI Pittsburgh field office were the first immediate responders here, including crisis response team members, evidence response technicians, and they are going to continue to support the investigation with the full resources of the FBI, along with the Secret Service and local law enforcement. And they have actually published a tip line for anyone who has information to share who might have been there, an eyewitness. That tip line, 1-800-CALL-FBI, asking for any information that could assist with the investigation. I also just want to quickly update on those two individuals that the Secret Service said were injured at the rally. We know that those two patients are at Allegheny General Hospital. They were indeed injured. The hospital confirms both patients are in critical condition. So Donald Trump is recovering from his injuries at this hour. There was one death and two people in critical condition at this hour. Let's bring back into the conversation Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett. He is on the phone. Major?
Hi, Margaret. Hello, everyone. We've had to break down our live shot position because there's lightning and thunder in the region, and we didn't want to be out in the middle of that and struck by lightning. You can understand that. I've just been on the phone with Reince Priebus, who's chairman of the host committee of the convention here in Milwaukee. It has not been relayed to him formally by the U.S. Secret Service that they are going to enlarge the security perimeter here. He does not doubt that that's what's going to happen. That has not been officially conveyed to him yet, but he expects that to happen. We certainly have reporting from our own Nicole Skanga that tells us that's going to occur. Reince Priebus, the chairman of the host committee here, believes that, in fact, will occur. What I can tell you right now, at this hour in downtown Milwaukee, just 2 blocks from the arena, the Fiserv Arena where the convention will be conducted, things are, for the moment, as normal. The apparatus to build a security perimeter is certainly visible, but nothing is being extended at the present hour. There's certainly more police visible, a couple of helicopters that I didn't see an hour or two ago, but everything else, for the moment, is as it was. And I would say as normal as something could be in preparation for a security event of this magnitude starting on Monday here in Milwaukee. One other thing to note, and this has been a part of our conversation for the last hour or so, as Robert Costa pointed out, as Olivia Rinaldi pointed out, we are still awaiting former President Trump's announcement of a running mate. Talking to those within the Trump inner circle, this assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, has created many repercussions, obviously. One of the repercussions is, has this brought into somewhat sharper relief something that former President Trump has routinely said, that the pick he wants to have as a running mate, the political impact is maybe not as important to him as the ability to carry out the job should something terrible happen. Those are the former president's words. He said that many times. The former president has said privately to his advisors, not tonight, but in the past, North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, as a 2-term sitting governor, fits that idea that he has of someone who could instantly step into the job. This event in Butler, Pennsylvania raised questions about J.D. Vance, 39 years old, 1.5 years in the United States Senate. Would that be sufficiently experienced in light of this assassination attempt? We don't know, but those in the Trump inner circle who have talked about the way this is now being thought about in those circles are coming to the conclusion that it's going to get a very serious relook in light of events this afternoon in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Major Garrett, this just changes so much for the political moment we are in, for the campaign we are all covering as part of the exercise in democracy, which is in this country to go and express yourself and try to force change through the ballot box, not through violence. And violence we saw today, we are describing it in this context because it was at a political event. It was at a political rally. We have gun violence in this country. We have shooting events and all the time, frankly. But we are in a high threat environment. We are in a politically charged environment. And the assumption here is that the shooter was attempting to assassinate the Republican candidate for a political outcome. And we need to find out more about any kind of identifiers on the shooter, who he was, what his motivations were. But we do know from one of the eyewitnesses on the ground who spoke to our partners over at the BBC that individuals in the area saw this gunman climb to the roof with a weapon and warned law enforcement minutes before shots were fired. Listen.
We noticed the guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? Like they didn't know what was going on. We're like, hey, right here on the roof, we can see him from right here. We see him, he's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2-3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%.
And that was an eyewitness to events. The video you see there, you can see men perched with guns. Those we believe are the Secret Service snipers who responded to the attacker. As you can see, with the American flags on top of the area where the former president had been perched. And what we know from the Secret Service is that they were able to eliminate the shooter. We want to be clear that we cannot say if the specific sniper you were seeing in that video was the one who took out the shooter, but you can see the effort underway to react in the moment to the attack that had just happened. That video just coming in at this hour. We wanted to play it out for you. We also want to tell our viewers that the President of the United States, Joe Biden, has decided to head back from Rehoboth, Delaware, to the White House tonight, underscoring the urgency of the moment we are in. We want to bring back into our conversation CBS News consultant and former deputy director of the Secret Service, A.T. Smith, who joins us on the phone. A.T., I don't know if you were able to see that video of the sniper response. What are your thoughts in terms of their quick reaction?
Well, that is exactly what they're supposed to do. They're positioned for long-range threats, and kind of thing that we're talking about apparently occurred tonight. At the same time, their responsibility is to have 360-degree coverage. In other words, when I talked earlier about concentric rings of security, outer perimeter, a middle perimeter, and an inner perimeter, the counter sniper team is really responsible for beyond that outer perimeter. And, they have long-range binoculars, long-range weapons, scopes, and that sort of thing. And so their responsibility is to be panning 360 degrees around that site, that event, to search for a threat of this type.
AT, I just want to quickly tell our viewers that a White House official has told CBS News that President Biden was able to speak tonight to former President Donald Trump. He also spoke to the governor of the state of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, as well as the mayor of Butler, Pennsylvania, Bob Dandoy. And we know President Biden is returning here to Washington to receive an updated briefing tomorrow from Homeland Security and from law enforcement officials. AT, given the moment we are in, and I just keep making that broader point because of the concern of how these hours are handled. As a former Secret Service officer, what are you thinking in this moment ahead of a convention, 4 months out from an election? What kind of security increases can be done at a time when we are already at such a high threat level?
Well, and earlier, as I think Major Garrett pointed out, in Milwaukee, there's already enhancements that they believe will be underway. I mean, certainly they had not cut any security measures prior to the convention. But when you have an event like this, everything will be reevaluated constantly, and I'm sure that they will increase the manpower. There had been a lot of back and forth and controversy, I think, about the protest zones in Milwaukee. I'm sure that will be reevaluated because, while everyone's entitled to their First Amendment rights, they will just have to take a harder look at that and make sure that, the security around events like that and protests are, adequately prepared for. But having said that, I think until they determine that this was a lone gunman versus a concerted effort, there'll be an increase in most all of the protective details. Again, someone mentioned earlier how many protectees we have, president, vice president, obviously the former presidents, but there are others out there that are protected by the Secret Service as well, the Secretary of Treasury, Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. And then obviously the Capitol Police have members of Congress and throughout the federal government. So I think all of the security details will take a hard look at where they may be. They'll work hand in hand with the Secret Service to see if any of the threat stream information increased and picked up. And, as you pointed out and I mentioned earlier, the FBI now becomes the lead agency in this investigation, but they've obviously brought in the ATF, who has the expertise to determine all of the ballistics, the gun-related issues.
Yep. All right, A.T. Smith, thank you for your analysis. It is 10:30, just after 10:30 here on the East Coast, 7:30 on the West Coast, and we want to recap the breaking news that we have been following. As you know, at this hour, there has been a significant event in the battleground state of Pennsylvania at a political rally being held for Donald Trump, and Trump himself was the subject of an assassination attempt at that political rally. We know shots were fired shortly after 6 p.m. Eastern time. The presumed Republican nominee was then rushed off stage by Secret Service to a nearby hospital. The former president is now safe. He is out of the hospital, and he said he was, quote, shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. That was in a post on social media. We haven't actually been able to hear directly from Donald Trump yet, but we know that he is recovering. Unfortunately, one individual attending that rally lost his life tonight. We know that 2 other people have been critically injured. Others in the area are also reporting some minor injuries, but the local hospital says 2 people are critical. And CBS News is reporting that the gunman who was able to take this shot that came so close to Donald Trump that it actually pierced his ear was using an AR-style rifle. There were multiple shots, and tonight we know because of this, the current president of the United States, Joe Biden, is returning to the White House. He had been at his private home in Delaware, and we know that tomorrow he will undergo a full briefing from his Homeland Security team. He has spoken with former President Trump, as we told you, and the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. And in a taped statement earlier today, we heard from President Biden that he was going to reach out to his political opponent. He called him Donald. He said he wanted to call, he had called, and we now know at this hour that the two men were able to speak. We don't have details on the content of that conversation, but we will bring you everything as we learn it. We also know at this hour, joining us is House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, someone who knows firsthand what political violence is like. The Louisiana congressman, as you all recall, was shot and injured at a congressional baseball game practice in 2017. And Leader Scalise joins us now on the phone. I wonder, sir, at this hour, have you been able to speak with Donald Trump? Do you know how he's doing?
Yeah, we texted back and forth a few hours ago. I told him I was praying for him and he's doing well. And he texted back that he's doing fine. Obviously, a lot of concern early off when there was a lot more unknown about his injury, and then we found out more that there was another fatality there, that somebody killed that was a spectator at the rally. And we pray for everybody involved and, glad the shooter's down, but, still a lot more questions, but just alarming that something like this would happen at a political rally with the former president, that it was able to come to this and get that close.
Absolutely. It's chilling. It's scary for people who are watching. Leader Scalise, and I remember when you were injured, the images of then President Donald Trump and the First Lady going to the hospital to visit you. I wonder how that moment, that experience has changed the way you experience our politics and what your message to Americans is at this hour.
Yeah, look, we in the greatest country in the history of the world, and we have big political differences. And, we did 240 years ago when our country started. But, the way we settle our differences at the ballot box, that's what makes America unique. We cannot tolerate political violence. And, we've seen some of it brewing over the last few years. But at the same time, we all need to be vocal in speaking out against it. And as you mentioned, when I was shot, President Trump came to the hospital at night and consoled my family. I was in a coma for 3 days, but, he and I still talk about that a lot. And he was there for me. I reached out to him because I want to be there for him, like so many other people want to be there for him, just praying that he's okay. But, then there'll be a lot of other questions later.
Leader Scalise, Bob Costa, I've covered you for a long time, Congressman, and I remember when you were shot. I remember when you came to the United States House of Representatives, and I've witnessed your recovery up close as a reporter. Your injuries were horrific. It has taken you a long time to recover. What is it like as a political figure, someone who is public-facing in your job, to deal with the recovery, the shock, the trauma of an incident like this? Of course, these are different incidents, but you are one of the rare people in this kind of position, a major position, who has been through an assassination attempt as well.
Yeah, and I mean, back then I almost didn't make it through. There are a lot of miracles. But like today, I mean, law enforcement was there for me. I mean, I'll never forget David Bailey and Crystal Griner with Capitol Police, who both confronted the shooter and were both hit during the shootout to keep all of us on that ball field alive. And today you saw, the Secret Service agents immediately rush into Donald Trump to keep him safe as the shots were still being fired. But when I watched the video today, you hear the pop of the shots and ultimately the words "shooter down," and it just brought back a lot of memories, not good memories, but just the memories of that day in 2017, because it was very, very similar in how quick it went, but yet it seemed like it was going on for hours. And then just the bravery of law enforcement then, like we saw today.
So you are now one of the leaders of the House of Representatives. You work very closely with Speaker Mike Johnson, also from the state of Louisiana. What steps, if any, what can you share with us, concrete things that are being discussed, if anything is being discussed, about hearings, possible investigations at the House level of the Secret Service, Homeland Security? Please provide any specificity what you as a House leader are planning to do in the wake of this.
Yeah, we've been in constant communication with colleagues, with
staff on the oversight committee, on some of the other committees, of course, we're checking into some of the reports. Was Trump's Secret Service team asking for more Secret Service for weeks and been denied that? We're looking at that as well. But, why was a shooter be able to get on the roof of a building literally 150 yards away from Trump's podium undetected? Those are serious questions that we're going to be asking. Some of that we may find out quickly. Some of it we will have hearings on. But next week we've got the convention. A lot of additional effort was put into security at both the Republican and Democrat Party conventions this year, as needs to be the case, unfortunately, these days.
But what exactly are you going to do? Do you have any plans at this point?
I'm going to be in Milwaukee for the entire convention. I just got word from the RNC that, it appears the President Trump is going to be going forward with the schedule as was laid out. He'll, I'm sure, talk more about what that is. I mean, we were expecting to hear the VP pick rolled out early next week. That's still going to be up to President Trump how that's done, but I haven't heard of any changes in plans starting Monday in Milwaukee.
Leader, I see Speaker Johnson is already saying he's going to call up the Secret Service director and officials from Homeland Security and FBI for a hearing. That is something that I'm sure the world will watch, but I wonder what your message is. Have you specifically instructed members in the coming hours to rein in some of the rhetoric that I will point out some are using online that is somewhat incendiary in terms of really blaming this somehow on the administration? Have you asked them to refrain from that?
I've already been very vocal within moments of the shooting that political violence is not something anybody should tolerate, but also I went further and said that we need to dial the rhetoric down. And there's been a lot of rhetoric for the last few months. And, and I think some of that, this idea, and Bob Barr even said it, that Donald Trump's some threat to democracy. That kind of language all it takes is one person to hear that and act on it. And I don't know if that's the case today, but those are the kind of things that shouldn't be said. And all of us need to do better and dial the language down. Let's focus on the issues. We have real serious issues that divide us and real serious problems in this country. Let's let the next 4 months be about how to fix and solve those problems in America and not have the incendiary language that unfortunately we're seeing right now.
Leader Scalise, would you call for more security for members of Congress? You are someone who has been attacked as a member of Congress, a former president tonight shot in Butler, Pennsylvania. Yes or no? Would you support or call for more security for members of the House and Senate?
We've increased security in the House and Senate and with Secret Service as well. All of those agencies are unfortunately more active than ever at rooting out threats. There's people that still threaten the lives of members of Congress that you hate to see, but it's still going on. And you see that in the executive level too. This is something that shouldn't be tolerated. But we also need to see a more aggressive attitude when somebody does commit political violence. Today the shooter was killed, but there's other examples of violence where the people were let go. And that's not a good sign. You shouldn't be letting people go that commit political violence, because then they're going to just send a message that it's okay to do it, and it's not okay.
Leader Scalise, I asked you about your members because I see a tweet from the Republican congressman from Georgia, Mike Collins, who said, quote, Joe Biden sent the orders. Is there any information whatsoever to link in any way the U.S. government to what happened today?
No, look, there are reports that the mainstream media had reported about some comments from Joe Biden. I'm not going to repeat them because I haven't seen the video itself, but I've seen multiple reports of it printed. And again, this is all the kind of thing that needs to stop. It needs to stop immediately. Call all of these things. And then, you wonder why something bad happens if somebody goes and goes over the extreme. Nobody should take an extreme measure like today, but unfortunately I've seen it myself. And what happened with me was a reaction to things that were being said that shouldn't have been said then.
Joe Biden's statements, I don't know if you saw his on-camera comments, were not incendiary. It was about lowering the temperature. What are you referring to?
This was something from days ago.
Okay. So in this moment, though, in this particular very dangerous moment, that's why I was asking you about your guidance specifically to members. So, but what I understood you saying is that no member should in any way insinuate anything without actually knowing fact first.
Right. And then if the facts are confirmed, whoever's behind that should be called out for doing it and should stop doing it immediately.
Okay. Later, thank you very much for sharing with us all that you know at this hour and your experience. This has to be difficult to relive, as you mentioned. Sam Vinograd, you've been with us throughout, former Homeland Security official. What are you hearing from the Biden administration at this hour from your law enforcement sources?
Well, in the first instance, I'm hearing that the White House has given direction to all relevant agencies and departments to engage in this investigation to the fullest extent possible. So all available resources are being directed to investigating the perpetrator of this incident, and on the other hand, how this occurred. So we have really two investigations, Margaret. On the first, who perpetuated this assassination attempt? We understand that intelligence and law enforcement officials at the federal, state, and local level are working together to try to get more information on this individual, his weapon, and how he was able to get this close to the president with that weapon. On the latter, which has been referenced by some of our former guests, how this occurred, there will be most likely an independent investigation of whether there were security failures at the perimeter of this incident. Now, we know that those oversight investigations and independent investigations do take time, Margaret. As you recall, the Department of Justice investigated what happened in Uvalde. That was several months. So we should not expect answers on the operational failures that could have led up to this anytime soon. I also know that the White House, as appropriate, is in touch with relevant officials at the FBI, at the Secret Service, at Homeland Security, and having been in mass casualty response mode myself, there's ongoing communication in that respect, and we should expect the FBI and others, the Secret Service, to try to be as transparent as possible about what they learn, particularly as there are already conspiracy theories circulating about what led to this. So it will be very, very important that the administration continue to be as transparent as possible about what they're ascertaining so that conspiracy theories don't lead potentially to more violence.
And they will attempt to elevate truth in that transparency of what they learn here. But as we know, we live in an environment where conspiracy theories are also amplified by our adversaries, as we heard from the Director of National Intelligence just this week. In the briefing from that the president will receive tomorrow, we're told that the Vice President, Kamala Harris, will also participate in it. It'll be the Director of the Secret Service, the Director of Homeland Security, Liz Sherwood Randall, who is the Assistant to the President and Homeland Security Advisor, the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, Jake Sullivan, who is the National Security Advisor to the President of the United States. The FBI Director also participated in a briefing. So this is really top level officials, all hands on deck.
And nationally, both domestically and internationally. And I think the presence of the National Security Advisor is very notable as well. We have Liz Sherwood Randall and law enforcement intelligence officials working on the situation within our borders, investigating it, and likely briefing the president on operational security enhancements and any other intelligence that's relevant here. At the same time, as you and I spoke about earlier, we have to think about how this is reverberating globally and how various threat actors may seek to exploit this moment.
And when you say that, it makes me think of what Mike Pence, the former vice president, said on the day of violence at the Capitol that he survived on January 6th, where he said, I'm not going to get in the vehicle because I don't want to give our adversaries the fun of seeing us flee the capital of the United States.
It's such an important thing to note, the official response, the security response. There's also a political seismic event that's happening. I've been working the phone for the last hour, talking to Democrats and Republicans. So many top Democrats are telling me tonight that the story of the country for the last week and a half, 2 weeks, the aftermath of that debate in Atlanta, there's no talk now among top Democrats of trying to push President Biden out. Still
very heated phone calls just earlier today.
Just earlier today with President Biden, with different caucuses and different groups within the House of Representatives, so frustrated with him, voicing it to his face, or at least on the phone. Now you have Democrats tonight quiet. This is the story of the country right now, not Democratic frustration with President Biden. And for Republicans, there's a lot of unity beneath all the shock tonight. The convention will be a convening moment for a party that is rattled in Milwaukee. People are already talking about, like, when Ronald Reagan in 1981 went to the University of Notre Dame for the commencement address after he was shot. That was that moment where there was an eruption of applause. This is the comeback moment they hope for former President Trump to take the stage. But you have Democrats tonight, almost across the board, let President Biden be president, I'm being told by my sources. There's no talk now of trying to get him out of there.
Well, we will see what the political reality and calculation
It's fast moving.
It's fast moving.
That's the temperature tonight, based on my reporting.
That is for sure. I want to, one more time, go out to Olivia Rinaldi. She is our CBS News political campaign reporter who was on the ground at the rally, shot some of the video, filmed some of the video that you have been watching earlier. Olivia, has the security perimeter been lifted, the lockdown been lifted yet?
Lockdown has been lifted here in Butler, Pennsylvania. We've seen all of the cars that were here waiting clear out. So now just a few reporters and a few vendors that are still here. But Margaret, the air here is still very tense, very palpable. Behind me, there are, back in the area where Trump was earlier, there are police officers, there are Secret Service agents, there are FBI there, because this is an active crime scene. You know, as we were walking out of the rally today, we could see the area on the bleachers being roped off by yellow crime scene tape. It was just extraordinary imaging from here in Butler.
Olivia Rinaldi reliving what she saw and witnessed today in this extraordinary turn of events. I also just want to recap. I believe, can the producers tell me, am I still talking to Olivia, or am I going to the teleprompter? I'm told that we have political reporter Ed O'Keefe, who is standing by now in Milwaukee. Ed, can you hear me?
I can, Margaret. Just want to convey again from here that we are anticipating the security situation to intensify and expand in the coming hours, if not by the morning. There's a setup in downtown where the arena is, where the Milwaukee Bucks play during the rest of the year. That is the center of this. There's a hotel nearby where Trump was expected to stay. There's a few other facilities nearby where the media and the party are set up to work. And it's expected now that that perimeter is just going to grow out by several more blocks potentially as a precaution. We're also anticipating, as our Nicole Skanger reported earlier tonight, that more law enforcement will be sent here to Milwaukee in anticipation of this event. There are some scheduled to begin tomorrow, and they are expected, or they're at least currently scheduled to be held outdoors. So we'll wait and see whether or not that happens. We also heard a little while ago, as you mentioned, that the president and the former president spoke. Neither side is sharing any more details other than that they did in fact speak. The president also spoke with the governor of Pennsylvania and the mayor of Butler, Pennsylvania. And the president is making his way now from Rehoboth, Delaware. He has to go up to Dover, Delaware, to take an Air Force jet back to Andrews Air Force Base and then the White House. So probably by around midnight is when he'll be back at the White House tonight. We've got no official word yet that he isn't going to speak again tonight. But given the late hour, it may be at this point that he waits until tomorrow. And remember, the other thing that we're all anticipating in the coming hours is who is the running mate, and how does this change the nature of politics? Does the sitting president still keep to his schedule next week? He's supposed to go to Texas and Nevada. How does this change the nature of campaign events across the country? All things that have to be considered in the coming hours, in addition to, of course, the ongoing investigation and how the Republican Party responds to all this as they meet up the street here in the coming days.
It changes a lot about the dynamics of this race. Costa was just sketching out for us. Democrats have some decisions to make. We already knew they did, but whether or not they are sticking with the presumptive Democratic nominee, Joe Biden, has been an active conversation. Ed, but you're pointing, what do you know?
because in my conversations tonight with at least some of the Democrats we've been in touch with in recent days, they acknowledge that's all but over at this point. There's going to be lingering concern, but it's difficult, inappropriate, and premature to be having that conversation right now, given the events of this afternoon.
Ed O'Keefe on the ground in Milwaukee tonight. We want to bring back into the conversation CBS News consultant and former Deputy Director of the Secret Service, A.T. Smith, who joins us once again by phone. A.T., in that briefing that the president will receive tomorrow, what do you think will be possible to know? What will law enforcement actually know in the light of day?
Well, Margaret, by tomorrow morning, they'll have a good bit of information about the crime scene, I believe. They'll be able to evaluate it, with regard to the FBI agents and ATF agents who have responded out there tonight, kind of a preliminary report. So that will be conveyed to the FBI director, Secret Service director. I'm sure the ATF director will be in that briefing tomorrow. I don't think they'll have necessarily final ballistics reporting, but they'll have a good idea of the things we talked about earlier. They'll know a little bit more about this individual. Is it a lone gunman, an concerted effort of more than one person? I think a lot of that will develop through the night. And I would think in the briefing in the morning, there'll be a good bit more information relayed, to the president and to the staff than probably we.
A.T. Smith, the Secret Service has been under siege within the last decade. Countless congressional investigations, calls of mismanagement during the Obama and Trump presidencies. This is an institution within the federal government that is by no means seen as flawless by Democrats or Republicans. As someone who's been inside the Secret Service at the highest levels, what is this moment for the Secret Service? An assassination attempt of a former president under their watch following the scandals of the past decade?
It's going to be a tough situation. I mean, I see where the, House Oversight Committee is already calling for a hearing. I mean, and that's the difference in today and years ago. Nobody let the dust settle anymore, and get a sort of a complete picture of what happened. We have a lot of the politicians who want to pile on and get their, moment in the media, quite frankly. And it's not that some of it is undeserved. I mean, they will take a hard look, and nobody will look at themselves harder than the Secret Service. But very often these things become so politicized that the real truth gets lost. And, I was there during a lot of this, and when a lot of this went on, and I hate to say it, but I'm going to point a finger. Unfortunately, some of the members of Congress, want to make hay out of it just for their own purposes.
A.T., it's Margaret again. I wonder, as we continue to play this footage over and over again, in the initial shots, it appeared you could hear something, and Donald Trump looked off to his side. It was to his right. And yet he was hit. That makes it would suggest, I would think, then, that the shooter was not head on, but rather at an angle to him. Is there some kind of, glaring oversight there in terms of the visibility for the Secret Service?
I don't know yet. As I said, the responsibility for a lone gunman or a distance shooter, like we talked, is the counter sniper team. If they were at a disadvantage for some reason, if there was foliage that blocked them, if somehow they didn't get the word that people had seen this individual climbing up on the building, that will all be, asserted or certainly evaluated throughout the course of the investigation. And, if there was a failure there, as I said,